do coexist and must coexist, but thinking about it as I personally will say, I think digital first. But then from there, I look at how I can leverage the other channels to ensure that the message gets through to the audience. But most importantly, I get the return on investment that the customer has put forward to say, okay, these are the results I want. But again, it's very, very important to see it as an integrating message planning is critical, measuring all the time, understanding the impact, and creating hashtags. If you're in other countries, you can clearly see that radio conversation in the morning are what drives the conversation that takes place on Twitter and Instagram because they do it effectively. There's a clear hashtag. If you look at those who like football, whenever there's an EPL match, there's a hashtag for that match. You can follow what fans are saying across the globe. So in Tanzania, I think one of the biggest gaps that we have, I've seen hashtags that are longer than the road from here to Morogoro. How do I keep up with that? There are chances I'll misspell the hashtag. There are chances I won't get it right. But also, are we thinking through to say, okay, if I see it on a billboard, if I hear it on radio, if I see it on TV, and then I take the conversation on social media, then everything is integrated into one. If we plan that way and we think multi-channels, we think integrated calendars, then we'll be able to achieve more with the marriage or convergence rather of digital and traditional media. Other than that, I think it's something that we have to understand. I've said this before and I'm going to repeat it again. 2 years ago or 5 years ago, nobody was talking about TikTok. Today, we're talking about it. For the right audience, we need to be there. How are you going to be there? That's something you're supposed to work through. Instagram, Facebook still gives us a good number. What is going on in that space? Do we read blogs? Are we going to publishers online? As well as the media houses themselves. I think one of the things that will really make this marriage better is if the radio station, the television station, also have a strong presence online. We've seen some of the local media houses already start investing in digital space, but it shouldn't be a board where you just post messages. It should be something that evokes thought, gets people engaged, drives conversation. Now, when a brand gets into that space, they can integrate their story within the content that exists both offline and online, and it makes for a much richer experience. Ultimately, we are trying to market products. We are trying to drive numbers. And it's very important to do this with knowing that there are more tools to be used, but understanding that, learning about how they behave, learning about our consumer. I started off from the very beginning, know your audience, who they are, what they do, what time of day, how they behave, how do they interact with your product, and simplicity at the core. It shouldn't be complicated for someone to understand what you're selling. It shouldn't be complicated for someone to be able to access your service, whether it's a product, etc. Now, those are other things outside of this marriage, but for you as a person who's sitting at the rev driving that wheel, it's important to understand the trends that are happening, but most importantly, what do customers do today and what behavior you want to achieve by pulling together an integrated marketing strategy. I'd like to thank you guys for listening to me. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here in person, but I look forward to your feedback. I look forward to engaging with you in the future. And I wish you and all the speakers today all the best. And let's continue to build this industry and make Tanzania great. Kazi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelvin Twisa. That was very insightful. Okay, so some people say they need a number to send their questions. They do have questions, but they need to send them. So it's more digital. So you can catch this number to send your questions, your stories, your feedbacks on digital marketing. 0757 04 0004. That should be the number you can send your questions. Na kwa watazamaji wetu, wanaweza pia wakatuma maswali yao. Leo tuko hapa na vichwa vyote vya marketing Tanzania. Kwa hiyo unaweza ukatuma maswali yako kupitia hii namba 0757 04 0004. Okay, tunaendelea. Tunaye mzungumzaji mwingine ambaye kwa bahati mbaya pia au kutokana na majukumu na kuingiliana leo hakuweza kuwa pamoja na sisi hapa. Na huyu tunamfahamu sana kama mwandishi wa vitabu. He's a very good author. Na yupo kwenye biashara kwa muda mrefu sana, na ukisoma vitabu vyake utaona ni advocate mkubwa sana wa sekta nzima ya digital marketing. Anaitwa Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike na tutapata kumsikia kupitia screen zetu pia hapa. Karibu.
Mkurugenzi wa kampuni ya Sahara Ventures. Nafurahi kuwa na nyinyi leo. Nilitakiwa niwepo physically lakini sipo. Na kwanza kwa kuanzia kabisa niwapongeze TMSA pamoja na Kraus Media Group na partners wao Smart Code na wadau wengine ambao wameshiriki kuandaa tamasha hili. Tamasha hili linakuja muda mwafaka ambao dunia nzima inazungumza masuala ya digital branding pamoja na digital marketing. Tamasha la Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit linakuja kufungua opportunity ambazo zipo kwenye sekta ya digital marketing na digital branding. Nimeombwa nizungumzie kuhusiana na digital customer experience. Sasa ukitizama huko tunakotokea na tunakoelekea, dunia inabadilika kwa kasi sana na matumizi ya teknolojia kwenye kuimprove namna gani tuna engage na customers yamekuwa nayo yakiimprove. Sasa hivi tunaangalia vitu kama artificial intelligence, akili bandia kwenye kuimprove customer experience. Zamani ilikuwa inabidi uajiri watu wengi kwa ajili ya kuengage na kuzungumza na customers, lakini sasa hivi tupo kwenye age ambayo tunatumia teknolojia kama chatbots, ambapo unaweza ukaset artificial intelligence na kawa inazungumza na wateja wako na ikawa inatoa service, na vile vile ikawa inatumia language zile ambazo zina ladha ambazo mteja wako anapenda kutumia. Kwa hiyo eneo la kwanza ambao kampuni nyingi itabidi ianze kuexplore kwenye upande wa kuimprove customer experience kwenye digital marketing ni kwa namna gani wataweza kuintegrate matumizi ya chatbot kwenye utoaji wa huduma zao ili watu waweze kupata huduma zao kwa urahisi. Lakini vile vile kwa kampuni ambazo zinatoa service, unaweza ukafanya customized experience kwa mteja, kwa maana kwamba sasa hivi tayari kuna brand kubwa duniani ambazo zina recognize tarehe za kuzaliwa za wateja wao, tarehe za ndoa za wateja wao, tarehe za kuzaliwa za watu muhimu wa wateja wao, na vile vile wanatengeneza customized experience kwao. Kwa maana kwamba wanaweza kutengeneza vifurushi au package au service ambazo ni specifically kwa wateja wao kutokana na computing capability na data ambazo kampuni zinakusanya kutoka kwa wateja wao. Kwa vile vile tunaishi kwenye digital data age ambayo ni age muhimu sana kwenye masuala ya customer experience. Kwa makampuni yajitahidi pale yanapotaka kucapitalize kwenye digital marketing kuangalia kwa namna gani wanaweza wakatumia data kwa ajili ya kuimprove customer experience, kitu ambacho kampuni kubwa duniani zinafanya. Lakini jambo la tatu ambalo ni muhimu sana sasa hivi, kuna concept ya digital tribes ambapo kampuni kubwa na zinazochipukia zinatengeneza digital tribes zake, kwa maana kwamba hawa ni watu ambao ni loyal to the brand, ambao wapo kwenye social media kwa ajili ya kuprotect interest ya ile kampuni, kwa maana kwamba pale wanapopata negative PR au vitu kama hivyo wanakuwa wapo kwa ajili ya kuprotect ile brand. Kwa unapozungumzia the future ya digital marketing, lazima big brand zianze kufikiria kutengeneza digital tribes au tribes za watu ambao wana support initiative zao na movement zao wanazofanya na wako pale kuprotect interest za brand. One way ya kufanya ni kwa very close na customers wako na kuimprove the experience, kuweza kutengeneza digital tribe. Kwa hiyo pia ni trend mpya ambayo tunaiona kwenye masuala ya kuimprove customers experience na kutengeneza customer loyalty through digital platform. Lakini vile vile unapozungumzia digital age na namna ya kuimprove customer experience kwenye digital marketing at this age, huwezi kusahau tools ambazo zinahusika kwenye kufanya masuala ya digital campaigns na coordinate digital campaigns. Sasa hivi kuna tools kama Brand24 ambazo unaweza kutumia kwa ajili ya kutrack namna gani brand yako inavyo perform, na vile vile kufanya sentiment analysis, namna gani watu wana perceive brand yako kwenye mitandao na vitu kama hivyo. Ziko tool nyingi za kufanya hivyo. Lakini vile vile kuna tools ambazo zinafanya scheduled post, kuna tools ambazo zinakusaidia kwenye analytics, kuna tools kama Hotsuite ambazo zinakuruhusu kupublish your content kwenye multiple digital platform, kuna tools kama TweetDeck ambazo zinakuruhusu kufuatilia competitors brand namna zinapoperform. Kwa hiyo tunaishi kwenye age ambayo marketing as you know it is changing, na digital marketing inafanya individualized experience kwa customer Sasa it's up to your brand kuangalia ni namna gani utaweza kutumia digital tool ili kuweza kuimprove your customer experience. Kwa naomba niwawish best success kwenye mijadala ambayo inaendelea, lakini vile vile niweze kuwapongeza waandaaji na partners wa Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit, and I'm looking forward to attend physically future session and future events. Asanteni sana.
But anybody ambaye anatumia teknolojia katika upande wa masoko. So I can say the experience kwa kutumia teknolojia, modern technology in short, will keep on improving, lakini on top of everything, naweza nikasema kwamba it's the best way to reach out to an audience that you are targeting much easier. But pia tukitumia TV na radio as traditional media, creating conversations, engagement kuanzia traditional media kuja social media helps us a lot. Pia kuwafikia ambao labda sim, smartphone bado hawana au ndio mchakato bado unaendelea. So the world is in our hands.
Thank you very much, Noreen. Thank you very much. Being so young and so confident, that's really good. So Tumesikiliza mengi, tumekaa kwa muda kidogo. DJ, tupe muda tuweze kusoak in kidogo.
Baby girl, you know you love it. I'm addicted to your smell and to your skin and to your smile, because the memories you left me of your touch is so fine. Searching for your tenderness, I keep on trying. Me, I forget to loving down the
people here. I'm at a very good angle to see everyone here. So I'm seeing some tables. Thank God you're all sitting on your tables. So I can see people from Vodacom here. I can see people from Smart Codes. I see people from Clouds. I see people from everywhere. Okay. So mpaka sasa unatafakari, unaendelea kufyonza kila kitu ambacho tumekiongea. Mimi natamani kusikia kutoka kwa watu wachache. And nitaanza na mdhamini wetu mmoja. Meza ya Vodacom wako wapi jamani? Natamani kuwatambua Vodacom. Where are you? By the show of hand. Okay. So, Madam Warda, I would love to hear from you. The future is fusion. Tumekuwa tukizoea kufanya traditional marketing, and now we are going to digital marketing. Na leo tumesikia kutoka kwa watu wachache. Naomba tusikie kutoka kwako Madam Warda. Mpaka sasa, what do you have to say?
Thank you for putting me on the spot. Exactly what's the question? What's your question?
Just tell us your perspective. You've been talking a lot since morning, so give us your own perspective about the future is fusion. How do you combine it? How do you find it in your company?
Of course, it's important to marry digital and traditional media. We try to do that as much as possible in our campaigns. Maybe to give an example, one being when we launched 5G in Tanzania. Obviously, the technology we used there was an important aspect, but if you look from a media perspective, digitally, we had the hashtag Ya Kwanza Tanzania, and that worked in our favor, tried to drive the conversation. We also used traditional media, and we worked with two big media houses, one of them being Clouds. And even before the event, during the event, they did the event live. And we also took the conversation post that. So I think it's important to fuse digital and traditional media to drive the conversations, to drive engagements, like previous speakers have said. With traditional media, you get reach. With digital media, you get engagement. So together, you have a more fulfilling campaign. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me go to this side. Looking for somebody, looking for somebody, looking for anyone. Okay. Bank of Africa. By the show of hand, naomba tuwasalimie Bank of Africa. BOA. Hi. Okay. So from Bank of Africa, Madam Nandi, karibu sana.
What do you want me to say?
Can it be a fusion between digital and traditional marketing? Do you apply it? How do you apply it?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Nandi Myombela. I'm from Bank of Africa. And generally, I'm very excited to be here. I think it's an exciting time. And I think if I ask any of my colleagues in marketing, we've been really trying to gather together marketing community. So I think it's high time we managed to pull this together. So I think it's a good idea because you cannot put these things separately. So you have to integrate both digital and traditional media. Essentially, like the previous speaker spoke, I think KT mentioned about it, it's very important to make sure that these two channels talk to each other. The coherency of the messaging and whatnot. So I think it's an exciting time. I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to become a digital-led marketer, which is very important. So, and kudos to the partners and the organizers. So I look forward to the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll spare somebody. She'll come later on. She'll tell us something. I refer her as a digital marketing expert. So I'll call upon her later on. But for now, let's hear it from Stanbic. And we have a head of business and incubator at Stanbic Bank, Mr. Kai Morel. Please, you're welcome. Ms. Kai Morel, excuse me. A round of applause as she comes. That will do.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Are you all disappointed because it's not Mr. Kai Moller? I can be just to get you to say hi back. So hello, everyone. I'm so excited to see you all. You look incredibly well, and I am happy to wear 2 caps today. In the beginning of my career, I used to do digital communication, and now I'm here in front of you as the head of business incubator. And I could say that it's not quite a transformation because they all serve one purpose, which is to make an impact. So we are all here to, I believe in our respective areas, we're making impact, whether be you're marketing a good product, or you're sending a good message, or you are raising awareness from a good campaign. We're all trying to make an impact. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we do with Stanbic Biashara Incubator, which is our impact wing of our bank, or impact unit, whereas we are focusing on entrepreneurs, innovators, as well as SMEs, MSMEs, and we're trying to enable their business success. And we're doing that with 3 approaches, I would say. The first one being we're building their capacity, whether to start their business, to run it, and to grow it and scale it. So that's the first thing we're doing with it. And well, how we're doing it, we are giving them trainings, certifications where there is need to get one, and then we're also doing coaching and mentoring. The second approach that we are doing to enable their success is we're giving them access to market. That would be to open up opportunities to opportunities that are existing in their specific industries. And then the other one, which is more exciting, is doing what you all here are doing, sort of branding them and profiling them, so their customers or their target market will find them interesting to do business with them, but also to see what kind of idea for innovators, what kind of ideal world that they're trying to create. And the third approach that we are doing is we're giving them access to financing. So basically, we're doing it with our core offering as a bank. So we are helping them, giving them financial tools, financial literacy to run their business and their personal finances. But we're also linking them with strategic partners who are there to do impact financing. Why we're doing that is because we have noticed some startups, some innovators are not ready to receive the core offering that we offer. And so we unlock that side of financing for them by linking them with specific or strategic partners who offer financing for them. So those are the 3 exciting things that we do with innovators, entrepreneurs, and MSMEs, and I believe that we have some here today. Do we have some here today? Any entrepreneur here? No hands? No entrepreneurs? Tough crowd? Okay, I'm gonna run with that. So that's what we are doing. And also the other thing, which is actually now that I'm in front of you, that we are trying to do, and we are going to ask for all your help. We're trying to build a community. Why we're doing that is we think there's a need to do a collective learning. We don't have to always start from zero. So we're trying to build a community of entrepreneurs. We're trying to build a community of enterprisers and innovators. And what we're expecting out of that community is today, one gets an opportunity, they go to the other one and say, hey, I can't do it because we're working with suppliers or subcontractors. And sometimes they have this big market share that they can't provide for it. I'm sure it's not new for you to hear someone has got a contract and they say, I cannot fulfill my contract. Hilo tumewahi kulisikia, si ndio? So we are trying to build a culture of partnership, a culture where they're sharing opportunities to each other. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is we're trying to have that peer-to-peer learning kwa sababu ya context. So a lot of knowledge out there, a lot of trainings that is out there is for other markets. And now we are building our own learning port. And so we want them to teach each other. So that's the second reason why we're trying to build a community. And the other one, of course, we want a shared voice. So we want them to have sort of what marketing has. And we want them to one day stand up and say, this is what innovators, for example, this is what entrepreneurs or enterprises think about this policy or think about this impact or whatever that they're trying to do. So those are the four things I would say that we do. And happy to see you all. Please welcome to our booth. It's right there outside. Would love to see you all. And thank you again.
Thank you very much. We were not disappointed at all, yeah? Okay, so do I see anybody from Sahara Media? Do I see anybody from Sahara? Can I see you, Sahara? Mr. Bruce, I'd love to hear something from you. Yes, I'm coming for all of you.
I don't want to Sahara.
Yes, yes. Please give us a wave.
First and foremost, I don't work for Sahara. So if there's a Bruce for Sahara before I impersonate someone, let me know. But what is the question?
Let's hear from Mr. Bruce Mugaisi.
What is the question?
Say something.
Okay, so my name is Bruce Mugaisi from HESA Africa. I'm the managing partner. First and foremost, congratulations to the team that has organized this. I think it's in the right direction. I have a lot of conversations with clients, some that I'm seeing here, and I always insist that it's good to build capacity for the country and for the people. So to see a full house for such an event, I think it's something brilliant and worth recognizing. Otherwise, as the day goes by, I'm sure there's a lot to learn, and we're looking forward to more speakers and more engagement. And one last point, we are marketers here, so we are encouraging more activities other than the DJ playing. So please propose something that we can all engage, move from one table to the other, so that we can be able to meet and greet. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's very well taken. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we have somebody else here. This is a young lady. I've got an opportunity to hear from her several times. And if you are a person of social media, maybe you have also seen her videos. So, Miss Tracy, please say hello.
Sorry, I missed the question.
No, I hadn't given it yet. So one thing maybe that made me took a really good note on Miss Tracy. Maybe you can tell us the differences between digital marketing and and social media. People confuse these things, and people think when you're doing social media, you're already doing digital marketing. So I had a very insightful moment with Ms. Tracy, and got to really understand that. And I would love for many more people to understand that. So please, just that.
So, like Warda, thank you for putting me on the spot. My name is Tracy. Today I represent Saracen Media. To answer your question, I think people need to understand that social media is part of digital marketing. And the major difference is that social media is a channel, while digital marketing is a practice. And inside this practice, you have multiple channels. Ruben gave an example about how you might be scrolling on Instagram, you like a page that sells maybe handbags, and then you visit a website like Milad.io. See, website is another channel. And you see adverts for the same handbag that you liked on social media. So yes, you're right, social media is not the whole of digital, it's within the practice of digital marketing. So as marketers, when we do our planning, even before we think about fusing digital with traditional, we need to take the time to understand exactly what digital is, what are the possibilities that are available, and how can we use them to our advantage, and then where does traditional come into the picture? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So everything is going digital today. So we have the table standing things with the barcode. Does everybody have that on their tables? Yeah, so please, you can scan that and get the pictures for today. As the event is going on, you can have the pictures that are still done up to this moment. And please, when you share them on social media, please tag us and use this hashtag, TZ Digital Marketing Summit. A hashtag, TZ Digital Marketing Summit. So you can get your pictures from the barcode that's on your tables. Okay, so we're going to hear from this wonderful lady. She's going to speak about data, research, and core skills on presentation. And this is a lady from Smart Codes, and her name is Beatrice Nyamari, and I am honored to have met her. You're welcome.
Hello, marketers. So I think we're tired of standing. Sitting. Let's just stand and do a little jiggle. I think let's see everyone's little jiggle, just to get the energy flowing. So I can't sing, and I can't ask King Henry to sing, but I suppose we can do a little jiggle around Twinkle, Twinkle. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, jiggle, jiggle. And then somebody continues singing the same jiggle, jiggle. I think I just want to get the energy flowing. We've been sitting for a while. So, Shumbana, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Let's see your jiggle, jiggle. Daniel, Osman, jiggle, jiggle. Who else do I see? Sports Pesa team, let's see your jiggle. The guys at the back, control room, jiggle, jiggle. Yeah, I think we can all sit, and I think the energy is now flowing for us to have an interesting conversation about digital marketing. So cue. And cue again. And cue. So everything does communicate. And I have a lovely quote out here that says, today, we don't have any motivational quotes. It's up to you. If you want to give up, give up. If you're in this room and you want to give up, you're in the wrong room. So leave. We're not about motivational quotes here. We're about understanding the fact that everything does communicate. And when we say everything does communicate, this is actually a truck. And the truck could have been anybody's truck. It could have been a truck carrying newspapers to go out somewhere, but it had some communication and an interesting quote sitting there. Then it landed up in somebody's WhatsApp because somebody took a photo. And after the photo landed in somebody's WhatsApp, somebody shared it, and it became communication. And so if everything communicates, you must always remember that your journey into everything that you put out there as a marketer does communicate. So to that extent, Q, I'm sorry, we have to do this the old school because we can't use clickers here. But yeah, Q. So the landscape is changing. I think the problem is we as marketers are equally challenged from the perspective of what's happening today, what's going to happen in the future, and the conversation of what does that mean for us as marketers? Because it keeps evolving. We need to evolve with this culture. We need to evolve with the times. We need to evolve to be able to connect with our consumers better. And so for us to do that, I've put together what I call a digital marketer's starter pack of sorts, or a survivor's kit. So over to the next slide. It all starts with strategy. The problem we have as marketers is we want to be very tactical and call our members of supports members for marketing and say to them, I need to run an activation. Or what is the big strategy that's driving that activation? And what is the objective of the business that is trying to drive that activation? What is the big thing that you want to drive out of it? So the challenge is, if you're going to be very tactical, you're not going to get a lot of results. You're actually going to get the same thing, a tactical response. And it could have an uplift in terms of your sales. It could have an uplift in terms of your brand metrics. The reality is it's short-lived because you don't have a long-term strategy. So my thing is, before we start and embark on a journey in terms of digital marketing, and I think Tracy summed up that fairly, fairly well when she said you have to think about digital marketing not as a thing, but as a part of the bigger strategy that actually embodies your journey in terms of marketing solutions. So start here. The case study for Coca-Cola is around the strategy piece that they built for it. This is Share a Coke, and they put my name there. I didn't ask for it, but hey, it's there. They started the journey with understanding what they wanted to drive. They wanted to drive more sales, but they wanted to drive more sales with an increment of their big idea, which is happiness from a bottle. So the happiness from a bottle then spans from you sharing the Coke with somebody else. And so they created this concept called Share a Coke. And the whole idea around Share a Coke was you're able to get it online, you're able to get it offline, you're able to also interact with it from a personal level in terms of the experiences that they built. So this is a good example where the digital strategy actually led to social media engagement, but also an uplift in sales because they started the journey understanding what the big picture was. So Q. And then the second thing is your SEO. I call it the SEO treasure map. So you have your beautiful websites that you've created, and then you're using them just as pictures for information purposes. You're not using them to actively engage and interact with everything else that you're doing in terms of the keywords that you put out there. So the keywords are important, but the keywords need to reference your other activity back to the strategy. So if your strategy is not aligned, these keywords will not matter because you're not actually using them and you're using your website and other content in a very poor way. And so as a result, your website becomes the dead thing that no marketer is looking at, and you make it a tech thing. This is your home, especially from a digital perspective. Give it life. Give it life through the treasure map that is called SEO. Q. So there's an example here around HubSpot. So they decided they're going to use their inbound software. It was not just around the keywords, but they actually fashioned the keywords to generate content that was relevant to the consumer. So it's a two-way street. It's not just about putting out stuff, understanding it, but also using an understanding of the consumer feedback you're getting to tailor make the content. So this is a good use of keywords to drive home the agenda for the brand. Q. And then I think Tracy spoke about this, social media as a part of digital marketing. So the starting point for most people who want to go into digital is to go here, which is the social media space. But social media is not just supposed to be your avenue for all things digital. It's supposed to be able to drive for you some sort of conversion, some sort of engagement, back again to the strategy. And how do you flip that with the SEO back to the communication that you put out on social media? So it becomes a powerful tool, but you need to use it well. And you can't put everything in the same place. So your post on Facebook ideally should not be the same as the post that you have on Instagram, because the content is different, the context is different. One is visually appealing. LinkedIn cannot be the same as Instagram. How? You're having a professional conversation somewhere and you're busy putting out a fun thing that happened somewhere without context. So it's just there. It's supposed to do something. So use this effectively by actually understanding each of the social media platforms and also understanding the new media platforms that come on board, because there's always something new. I think when I was working at some place, I went with a recommendation of TikTok, and somebody kicked me out and said, no, it's for the low end of the market. Guys, where is TikTok now? That was, the journey, because we understood the consumer at the point, and they were trying to do some innovative things, and we wanted to give them an innovative solution. But because the marketer was so old-fashioned, they didn't understand the context of that specific platform, they kicked out the solution that would have given them edge. So I'm urging you as marketers in the room, learn trends, follow trends, learn your platforms, use your platforms well, engage with the platforms in the right context. There's a case study around dunk in the dark. So this was at the Super Bowl. There was a blackout. This is real-time marketing. There was a blackout, and this brand decided to actually activate and say, it's okay, we're still in the dark, but you can still dunk in the dark. And the impressions were really, really amazing. Are we using real-time marketing? No, because we are tactical, because we want to use these long-term formats of content calendars that we look at only once a week, or only once a month, or every 3 months. So we lose the opportunity for it, because Q? I call this the content armor. It's one of the things we need to always think about. So yes, you have the platforms. You've understood the platforms. There's an audience that sits there. But what are you putting out there? Use your content as your armor. Use your content, because content is here to stay, and content is king. It's valuable, but you can also use it to captivate. You can also use it to tell your story, but you can also use it to educate. So it's what you want to do with content, but you have to be deliberate around the use of content. So again, the strategy informs what you put out there in terms of the content. So this is another case study from Red Bull. I think you all know about Red Bull. They do extreme sport. They use the extreme sport content in a very differentiated manner, and as a result of it, they've actually created a media company. Instead of it being just a brand, it's a media company that talks about extreme sports. On YouTube, they have 10 million subscribers. How many of you can boast about 10 million subscribers? We have to start thinking different. We have to start thinking how to change the brand content to make it effective for us. And then there's what everyone talks about right now. And AI has been there. I call it the AI jetpack. AI has been there. How many of you subscribe to Netflix? How come Netflix knows what you watch? How come it gives you recommendations? How is it effectively able to do that? It's AI. The only reason we're talking about it now is because we've been given access to it, access as marketers to play with it. So use this to tell your information, to share your information, to use your information for understanding your consumer better, to tailor-make solutions for them. So this is another survivor kit thing that we need to have in that little bag of ours called the Digital Survivors Kit, the AI jackpot, or the jetpack. There's an example here. I went for a party, cue the video, and I had fun at this party because there were all these beautiful people with me. Wants to join me at this party? Are we going? We'll create it ourselves. This is AI generated. You can actually do anything with AI. So use it to create things, but use it with the right framework in terms of governance. There are limits to what you can do in terms of AI because there's copyright issues that are related to this. There's obviously, using people's visuals without their rights. So remember the copyrights, remember everything that is to do with governance. Are you using it for good? And do it right. But use AI. There's another case study from Starbucks where they used a chatbot. So it goes back to what we said earlier, that AI has always been there with us. So the chatbots that we have are actually AI-driven. So they use the chatbots to create immersive experiences for their users, online and offline, by understanding the consumer's needs. And they were able to serve up coffee based off the personalized recommendations because they've been listening to what you order on a single purchase, every purchase, continuous purchase. They've built an understanding of what it is that you drink every day and are able to offer it to you and probably give you a name as you come in and say, hey, Sakri, it's for you. Oh my God, this is the best part. You don't have to do it alone. I call it the collaboration rocket. You really don't have to do everything alone. Look at us today. We're collaborating in every sense of the word. We're here trying to understand and figure out digital marketing together. So look at influencers, and sometimes we tend to think of influencers as the big macro influencers within your space. I think somebody asked a question around the hospital and healthcare space. Who are the influencers within that space that can then drive the conversations home for this particular requirement? So collaborate with the right influencers, cross-promote with others, with other brands, foster partnerships because they give you breadth. It's not always about you, it's how you can use others and work with others to better build your objectives at the end of the day. What is your big strategy? How are we collaborating to make it happen? But use the right references in terms of selection, especially when you're doing things around the influencers. Again, influencer is not a strategy, it's a tactic. So what is the tactic and how does it feed back into the big strategy? This is Adidas, another case study. So they partnered with influential YouTubers to create an engaging, shareable content, resulting in about 50 million views on their pages. They didn't just give anybody and everybody their backpacks, or anybody and everybody their merchandise. They worked with people who resonate with the brands to be able to drive home those conversions. So don't do it alone. Go the mile with others, you'll go far. And this is the best part, because you're all customers and consumers at the end of the day. The customer experience spacesuit. Put your customers at the heart of everything you do. So that strategy that you're developing, why should the consumer care about it? You want to drive sales, fine. But why should the consumer care about it? The minute you start thinking that way, then you start developing products that actually resonate with the consumer, and you actually start innovating with the existing products that you have or services that you have, because you're thinking from the consumer's mind. So I urge us to think about the consumer experience. And my friend Wada, who happens to be my client, actually did this very well. So I'm going to play what she did, or what we collaboratively did in terms of bringing the consumer experience by bringing the product closer home, by also using experiences to bring this home. And I'll also ask her to just quickly speak about it as well.
As the super network that changes Tanzanians' lives through technology, Vodacom has made yet another history as the network of firsts by introducing the 5G technology in Tanzania. Going all in, we kicked off our launch by inviting our media partners, Clouds FM and EFM, to air their breakfast shows live from Limani City. At 10 a.m. sharp, our MD, Ms. Hilda Bujiku, took to the stage and said a few words to welcome the guests.
Ahadi yetu kwa Watanzania ni kwamba tutaendelea kutumia mtandao wa teknolojia ya mawasiliano kuboresha maisha ya jamii yetu ya Watanzania na kuendelea kuwa mshirika katika kuielekeza Tanzania kutimiza malengo endelevu ya Jumuiya ya Umoja wa Mataifa duniani.
And right after, invited our guest of honor, Minister of Information, Communication and ICT, Honorable Nape Nnauye, to the stage. And as a highlight, the minister appeared as a hologram live from Johari Rotana Hotel, as was the case with our MD from Limani City. This two-way hologram was the first ever to happen in the world and was broadcasted live on national television, TBC.
Mheshimiwa, habari asubuhi.
Salama kabisa, habari ya kwako?
Nzuri kabisa, nzuri mheshimiwa.
Minister Nape Nnauye later physically joined us at Limani City and spoke about the government's plans concerning technology.
Serikali ya awamu ya 6 chini ya uongozi mahiri wa Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ni serikali ambayo imedhamiria kujenga mazingira rafiki kwa maendeleo ya teknolojia ya mawasiliano hapa nchini.
We also had a few words from Regional Commissioner of Dar es Salaam, Mr. Amos Makala, the Vodacom Board Chairman, retired Judge Thomas Mihayo, and Minister of Education, Honorable Adolf Mkenda. There was also a panel discussion with industry leaders themed Technology for Humanity and what 5G has to offer in Tanzania. In partnership with Nokia, there were also experiential booths. Later, the launch moved to the streets of Dar es Salaam with a parade, accompanied by race cars with various stops including the iconic Tanzanite Bridge. Where in true Vodacom spirit, the staff ushered another first in Tanzania, 5G technology. Ya Kwanza Tanzania.
Wada, do you want to say something? It's not every day we have the owner of the case study in the room.
Thank you, Beatrice. I think maybe not to repeat myself, but I think the key thing that I wanted to highlight there was the spirit of partnership. So as you've seen in the way we launched 5G, there was a lot of collaboration that came through. Yes, we use digital media. Yes, we use traditional media, but you can see in terms of getting the experience to the people, below the line also takes space. So maybe one thing to add over and above what I shared earlier, as we talk of digital, and I think earlier there were things spoken about AI and things like that, and I was just speaking to Bruce here, and to say, as we're seeing things like AI, how does this play into our day-to-day? And I was giving him an example just a few weeks ago. We were doing a video. Traditionally, when you do a video, you would need a voiceover, and you would find an artist who would come do the voiceover. And sometimes the part is, they're not available, they'll come tomorrow, you'll do one draft, the next day it's not the same, they have to come back in and change it. But now with AI, you put in your text, in 10 minutes, you have a voiceover. So if we leverage such technology, you're then able to have things quicker, faster, and better. So there's ways we can still leverage digital and enhance our experiences for our customers and our campaigns. Thanks.
Thank you, Wada. I think we have a segment specifically around the AI showcase that may also respond to some of the thinking that you've already raised in your response. Thank you again. And the data toolbox, lastly. You collect a lot of information around the insights that you build from social media, the things that you pick up from your websites, all the information that you activate from your radio activations, the number of people that came in, female, male, what were they interested in, which segments. So it's essential for us to leverage those analytical tools and use them in a differentiated way to package solutions for our consumers. The reason you do this is because you're learning. You have to keep on learning. And the learning comes from the data that you've built. So for us, when I speak of us as marketers, this is the currency that we should be working hard to get, because, again, there are these situations where we're getting to around data protection rules and things like that. What does that mean for you as a marketing person in being able to use the data that you currently have to be able to make the solutions and work around solutions that drive more impact for your marketing activations? So there is a case study around Amazon where they used their recommendation engine effectively, because what they do is you go onto Amazon, you pick whatever it is that you're picking, it keeps learning, getting the information in terms of the things that you have, and packages solutions for you to be able to make it more effective for you when you go onto their platform. As a result of it, you continuously buy from Amazon because now it knows you. It's like here, the little shoes that you wanted, here. They also go with the little bag that you were looking at the other day. So let's use data. Let's activate data effectively. Next slide. So at Smart Codes, we've been doing a rethink in terms of all these things from a strategy perspective all the way to the data toolbox that I spoke about. And I'm happy to announce that we have a partnership or an MOU currently with Kantar to be able to drive content effectively and actually provide solutions using research with the Kantar team. And I'm happy to ask my friend, my partner in crime, Daniel Osserman, who is the next speaker actually, to talk to you about some thoughts on what we currently have in play from just some little nuggets that he has to drive us home. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. You seem to have been awarded a free iPhone up at the podium. This does not belong to me. I'll be returning it to one of the speakers when I come down. Great. Absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you to Beatrice for the introduction. My name is Dan Osman. I am the Chief Growth Officer for Kantar in Africa. And Kantar is a data insights consultancy, the largest in the world, with the mission of helping brands grow. If we could just move to my first slide, please. Thank you. So, yes, as I say, we are an insights consultancy who help connect brands with consumers in order to shape and grow your strategy and your offering in order to drive growth into the future. And today I'm just going to talk through a few insights from a global study that we conduct called Media Reactions. It's in its 4th year now. It runs around the world, and the data and the trends I'm talking about are global, although we do include several African markets in the study. And I really just want to highlight 3 key areas that we see shaping the media landscape globally over the next 12 to 24 months. And then we'll dip into a few data points specifically from the Africa region that help provide a bit of contrast with what we see globally so that we can actually make some data-informed decisions. We have the mantra at Kantar that in God we trust, but all others must bring data. I think more and more as the media landscape continues to fracture, as viewers and consumers are increasingly distracted by stimulus and touchpoints, we need to base our decisions in well-sourced data to make sure that we maximize our impact and drive the strategies and campaigns that we're putting into the market. Next slide, please. So as I've already mentioned, our purpose is to shape the brands of tomorrow by better understanding people everywhere through data. And there are 3 trends that I'm going to talk about today before we actually go into the data. Number 1 is the fracturing and simultaneous convergence of the digital and the traditional channels and touchpoints. I'll go into that in a little bit more detail in a moment. Next, I'll be speaking about the macro-inflationary pressures that are affecting both consumers and advertisers and causing us to radically rethink the way that we engage with each other in order to drive strategy. And then finally, we will look at the looming changes in the way data is being used in the marketing and advertising sector over the next 12 months or so that are going to completely overhaul particularly the way that we forge our online digital marketing strategies. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so the first area I'd like to talk about is the idea of the future of viewing. So it's so interesting to hear everybody talking today about the idea of being a digital marketer or a traditional marketer. I don't believe that we are either of those 2 things. We're marketers. Digital marketing is just a new set of tools in the toolbox of the professional marketer, and we need to learn how the 2 or the different sets of tools actually interact with each other and support each other and drive synergy in order to be most effective. And what we're seeing is actually an increased blurring of the line between digital and traditional media. If we can go to the next slide, please. So based on the conversations we had as part of the media reaction survey globally, which is based on actual global media data, conversations with tens of thousands of consumers, and in-depth interviews with leading marketers around the world, we're finding that particularly in the video space, there is a blurring and emerging between linear broadcast media and what was being termed video on demand or subscription-based media. And what that's causing, number 1, is an increasing need for holistic planning within the marketing function. So a breaking down of the walls between between digital and traditional teams to create a one blended approach that leverages the advantages of both. Because there's actually, the second step is blended viewing strategies starting to take place in the major producers of content. So we're starting to see linear traditional broadcasters adopting the most attractive aspects of the video on demand model. We're seeing video on demand providers adapt some elements of the traditional linear model, such as status viewing sessions. They're releasing their series in slower chunks in order to ensure that they stretch out the impact over time. So we're seeing traditional and digital video offerings or business models begin to merge. And in order for marketers to be able to react to that, we need to ensure that we have the diverse skill set in order to take advantage of those changes. Next, we're seeing a growing acceptance of ad-supported tiers. So more and more consumers are saying, I'm not so interested in the subscription model. I think we'll see in a slide or 2 that around 22% of people globally are saying they're planning on cutting down on the number of video subscription platforms that they interact with over the next month. And they're moving more towards an acceptance of ad-supported video on demand. Now, that creates 2 interesting dynamics. One, it creates an opening for advertisers to get back in front of viewers who had entered these walled gardens, such as Netflix or Amazon Prime and so on and so forth. But it also creates the potential for a 2-tiered system in which people who can afford to do so remain insulated from advertising because they're still within subscription-based platforms. And you have a second tier of people who are actually oversubscribed with advertising because they're willing to accept advertising for content, but they become oversaturated and the impact of the content we're putting in front of them begins to diminish. So we need to be very cognizant and aware of that fact to make sure we're reaching the right consumer groups in the right way. Next is that we're seeing a significant increase in budgets for video. So we'll see later in the data sets that actually video or particularly TV broadcasting, is one of the least cost-effective ways to reach consumers, although it's highly impactful. Over 40% of the marketers that we spoke to as part of the study say they plan to increase their spend or their share of spend in video at the expense of other touch points. So we're seeing spend gravitate back towards TV, video on demand, video online, at the expense of some other touch points. And I think that creates opportunities for marketers who can stay sharp and be aware of the advantages that still remain in other, often more cost-effective touch points. And then finally in this space, we're really seeing the growth of the gaming channel coming to the fore. So we have 3.2 billion global gamers, and these people are willing and open to being exposed to appropriate content at the right time within their gaming ecosystem. So that looks like it's one of the new frontiers, or one of the new channels that we need to be thinking about. And if you're not already actively considering the gaming channel in your media plans, you do need to start doing so, because it's emerging as a major force. So those are 5 areas of viewing trends that we expect to develop in 2023. If we go to the next slide, please. Now, all of these trends are undercut by, I think everyone's aware, a pretty extensive global, economically challenging environment, primarily driven by inflation. So both consumers and media buyers are experiencing an intense period of inflation, and it's changing behavior rapidly. If we go to the next slide, please. Number one, I've already mentioned the statistic that 22% globally are telling us they plan to actually cut back on what they're spending to view. So we're seeing people less willing to purchase subscriptions from video on demand providers. That's creating an opportunity and a threat to various business models. But it's not just consumers who are cutting back. The cost of advertising globally rose 31% in 2022, which means if budgets aren't increasing commensurately, and they're not when we speak to marketers, we need to be smarter about how we're using the money and how we're allocating it to make sure we're getting the maximum impact from the touch points and the channels that we spend, because those budgets are being forced to stretch further and further. Now, one way we can do that is by planning and strategizing with greater precision. In order to do so, we need data. We need information on our consumers. What are they watching? Where are they interacting with channels? What's appropriate content to put in front of them at certain times? What's the right format and the right design to optimize the impact of that content when you've chosen your channels? If you're not basing that in hard consumer data, you are at serious risk of wasting money and reducing impact. So I think it's something we all need to think seriously about. Next slide, please. And that's all about to get a lot harder, because the data ecosystem is about to undergo a major change. We're moving into a post-cookie world. Some people are arguing we're already in a post-cookie world. I think that's debatable. But it's really going to change the way that we're able to engage and interact with consumers, particularly in the online space. If we go to the next slide, please. I'm sure everybody here, or any professional marketer in the room, is aware that Google has been announcing and delaying their intention to turn off the cookie function that currently allows you to track consumers across their various online journeys. When that function goes, and it's currently slated for H2 2024, it's suddenly going to become an awful lot harder to engage in the kind of targeted marketing that Beatrice was speaking about during her talk. Some people will be able to do it, the Amazons of the world and so on and so forth, but for the majority of marketers, we're going to need a change of mindset around how we keep an eye on what our customers are doing online and make sure we're putting the right products and services in front of them at the right time. Now, interestingly, that's happening at a time when consumers are telling us they have very mixed views on cookies. So 46% of people claim globally that they empty their cookie caches on a regular basis. But at the same time, 54% say they actually don't mind cookies as long as it results in appropriate products and services being put in front of them at the right time and in an appropriate fashion. And they're not two mutually exclusive groups. Half of the people who say they regularly delete their cookies also say they're perfectly happy to have cookies track them around the internet if it's done appropriately. So we need to be aware that in the consumer's mind, there's kind of a conflicting attitude towards that privacy area. One trend we certainly see is that age matters in that space. So older consumers are, I think, almost twice as likely to say that they're deleting their cookie caches, whereas younger consumers, particularly those under 24, are significantly more likely to say that they're willing to trade a little bit of privacy for content and relevant offers. So again, depending on how you've segmented your offer, your target market, your target consumer, you need to be aware that that radically affects the types of channels that you can approach them with, both in the traditional and in the digital world. Finally, as the types of data we have access to change, particularly the switching off of the cookie function, we're going to need new types of data to get in front of our consumers. And I strongly believe that strong consumer research is really at the heart of understanding and developing appropriate and impactful media plans. So with those key trends outlined, I'm just going to look at a few data points from the media reaction study, and we're going to contrast Africa and the Middle East with the rest of the world. If we can go on to the next slide, please. So the slide we're looking at here is looking at the impact of media touchpoints in building long-term brand equity. The green line is specifically for the Middle East and Africa, and the grey line is the global average. So what we see is that they follow a similar pattern in terms of the order of importance, in terms of how important each media touchpoint is. But we also see some anomalies. So in Africa, the impact of TV is still about a third higher, 50% higher than it is elsewhere in the world in terms of building long-term brand equity. So TV has radically diminished in its impact on brand equity globally. It remains a very strong force in the Africa region, but it is declining. If I'd been delivering this presentation to you last year, then the number up there would have been 22% in terms of TV's impact. So it's already lost 7 points just in the last 12 months, and that downward trend will continue. We also see word of mouth and recommendation is above the global average. Then out of home, recommendation by experts, and radio is more than double the global average in terms of its impact. So we need tailored marketing and communication strategies that take into account those local nuances. This is the Africa average. If we were to break that down into individual countries, we would see a lot more nuance. East Africa in particular, radio being more impactful than in South and the West, and there's various other nuances that we could consider. If we can go on to the next slide, please. So this one's a little bit small, but it's just giving you more of the touch points in detail, and we can make this slide available to anybody who's interested in the data after the session. But I think what interests me the most is if you look at the top 10 most impactful brand building media channels, it's a really interesting mix of what we call the traditional, the digital, and the earned. And the message that really puts across to me is there's no one size fits all. You have to have an integrated strategy that combines traditional, digital, and earned touchpoints, particularly word of mouth and recommendation, if you're really going to have an impact. You'll see that quite a lot of the other stuff that's been mentioned already in some of the talks around the idea of online contacts through blogs and so on and so forth, really not driving a great deal of impact on long-term equity. So in terms of building your brand, these are the top 10 channels that you need to focus on, and it's a mix of different channel types. If we go to the next slide, please. Now, it's not just about the ability to build a brand with a channel. You also need to make sure that you're exposing consumers to your message in an appropriate way and an appropriate time. And I think the interesting takeout for me on this slide is actually not the areas where people are most receptive, it's where they're least receptive, because that's where we can do harm to our brand if we get it wrong. And what you'll see is actually a lot of this is in the digital space. So people are least receptive to receiving marketing content when they're listening to music, streaming, when they're in their social media news, when they're viewing online videos, in display, during video streaming, and also during online free mobile games. Now, these are traditionally considered some of the most powerful touch points to engage because you've got captive eyeballs, you can target, you can segment, and it's great and powerful. Consumers are telling us, if you don't do that right, you're invading my space, I am not going to thank you as a brand, and you're actually going to do harm to your positioning in the long term. So we need to be very cognizant of how our consumers feel about where we're approaching them and make sure that we do so in a fully appropriate way. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Finally, we need to think about cost effectiveness and reach. So I mentioned earlier that TV is still king when it comes to driving brand equity. It remains king in terms of reach. I think we've got 61.4% reach for TV on average when we put marketing on there. But when it actually comes to driving awareness, association, and motivation, TV underperforms a number of other much cheaper, more cost-effective channels, and we need to keep that in mind. So at the Africa level, Facebook remains the most cost-effective way to reach consumers, with the caveat consumers under the age of 40. But it's the most cost-effective when it comes to actually driving awareness of your brand, delayed association with your brand after viewing, and motivation to change behavior and interact. After that, we have point of sale and YouTube. So we're seeing a mixture of physical and digital channels again, but you really need to balance the reach question with the impact question and look at it also through the lens of receptiveness and long-term brand impact. So the three lenses I've just talked about on the previous two slides. If we can move to my final slide, please. So just 3 learnings that we take away from Africa and the Middle East, and this is really top level. There's actually over 20 key trends in the study, and they're all very much available. If anyone wants to come speak to me after the talk, I can share them with you. Number 1 is that in Africa particularly, TV, out-of-home, print and radio do continue to generate more impact compared to global norms. And relative to elsewhere in the world, TV and out-of-home remain relatively cost-effective, but it is declining rapidly. And we need to strategically prepare ourselves for that change and make sure we're ready for it. Next is that Facebook is by quite some margin still the most cost-effective paid digital touchpoint across the Africa region, and is very strong at driving behavior change and motivation to interact with brands. And then finally, we're seeing significant overspend on radio investment, and we think that's probably the one area right now that's ripest for a shift or a realignment into the digital space. So there is still the mantra across marketing conferences I attend in the region that radio is king. Radio may be king, but it's in a declining state, and I think there could be some usurpers coming up. We need to be ready for that and make sure that we're shifting our spend appropriately and not over-investing in the radio platform or channel. Final slide, please. So with that, it really brings me to the end of my talk. I think I've highlighted 3 key trends that are shaping the media landscape in 2023. I provided a few data points to help you with your thinking around how you transition and integrate your digital and traditional and earned media strategies. And if anyone's interested in any more data, we have the full media reaction survey based on over 40,000 global interviews, I think, to date. And I'd be very happy to talk to anyone about it. So thank you very much for your time. Good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. Okay. So, huu ni muda ambao inabidi tufahamiane. Naona tumekaa sana. Inawezekana ukajikuta umetoka hapa alafu haujafahamiana hata na mtu ambaye alikuwa amekaa meza ya nyuma yako. So, get your business cards in hand. Nitakupa dakika 2 tu, utoke, usalimiane na watu. Unaweza ukasalimiana na watu 2, 3, kadri unavyoweza. Lakini, utakaporudi, nitakuuliza, alafu utaniambia kidogo kuhusu mtu ambaye umesalimiana naye. Dakika 2. So DJ play music, just 2 minutes. You'll go around. If you can talk to one person, it's okay. If you can talk to more, it's okay. But when those 2 minutes are done, nitakuuliza, alafu utaniambia kuhusu huyo mtu ambaye umeongea naye, au watu ambao umeongea nao. Get to know their names, where they're from, what they do. Okay. So, we're on. 2 minutes, we're starting. DJ, please.
One day I used to call my mama to tell her that I'm falling low. And what she said, my mama, it's too early for you to fall in love. Mama, don't you worry, she's my glory, my one and only. Yeah, yeah. Mama, don't you worry, she's my glory, my one and only. Baby, this love not for me. Baby, this love not for me. I'm single. star, 4 star. Asas in the quantum. I bo. Nankoni don Julio Salabantwa. Ila bafana bakulang sunlight. Ematilang hamba kuni 5 star. Asas in the quantum. Ichimisimi tanyatiza bangba. Basamilu kuziba bangazika. Spanish pulsa se vuta bosan pela ngithi besifukuza bafuna ukuzangazi. Ngithola phile thusi. Yokunefuza msuthi. Selukuzosasha nthuthi. Ngithi mina wenza nalo shuti. Kodwa yithi pressure yekuthi. Phela uma ke ngamthemba isiluthi. Selukuzosasha nthuthi. Ngithi mina wenza nalo shuti. Mina ngiyadesha ke manje. Athi ngizotesta ke manje. Athi ngiyangipesa ke manje. Bantu besiphelele ngaphandle. Mina ngiyadesha ke manje. Athi ngizotesta ke manje. Athi ngiyangipesa ke manje. Bantu besiphelele ngaphandle. Noma ngiza ngapha nangapha 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 nangapha. Mina ngishaya, shaya. Mina ngiphansi. Noma ngiza ngapha nangapha 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 nangapha. Mina ngishaya, shaya. Noma ngiza ngapha 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 nangapha. Umenifika mbaya. Nishajona mpweke, ushamifika mwaya. Hadi napata kitete. Na baby you be proud, say you got my number. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Na baby you be proud, you don't got my number. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Haimu zako sisike, sioni I'm lonely. Baby please call me. Haimu zako sisiki, sioni I'm lonely. Baby please call me.
DJ D.O.
Fire, baby. Baby, where you are? 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 Baby, where you are?
Daddy, me I want to chat it. Daddy, me I want to chat it. Daddy, me I want to chat it. Daddy, me I want to chat. Daddy, me I want to chat it. 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 Daddy, me I want to chat it.
Baby, where you are? 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 Oh, baby, not the dream.
Fire, baby.
Nahisi baridi.
DJ D.O.
Nataka kukuona.
Fire, baby.
Baridi. Nimechoka kukesha kama popo. Kama popo. Miso popo. Nimechoka kudanga kama popo. Kama popo. Miso popo. Na baby you be proud.
Jadi, me I want to party. 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 Jadi, me I want to party.
Oya we mwenzenu mimi sijui kutongoza, wakijipitisha na mwaga hela. Oya mwenzenu mimi sijui kutongoza, wakinifikisha na mwaga hela. Asante, 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 asante.
Ya dakika 2. Kwa hiyo natarajia kwamba huo umepata watu wengi zaidi. Hello, hello. Naomba turudi kwenye viti, naomba turudi kwenye viti. Naomba turudi kwenye siti zetu. Hello, hello. Naomba turudi kwenye viti, tutapata muda wa kuweza kuongea tena baadaye. Almost lunch time. So we are going to have a very good time during lunch time to catch up, get our contacts. Jules, upo wapi? We need to see. Je, watu kweli wametoka, wamefahamiana? Jules, uko wapi? Perfect. Mpe mtu mmoja hapa alafu atuambie amefahamiana na nani leo. Naomba turudi kwenye viti. Karibu, jitambulishe, majina yako, unatokea wapi? Alafu tuambie umefahamiana na nani katika dakika hizi 10.
Hello.
Hi.
Jina langu naitwa Gwandumi Mpoma. I'm a sales and marketing manager from Mati Super Brands Limited.
Karibu sana.
Ambayo iko Babati, Manyara, wazalishaji wa Tanzanite Premium Vodka na Strong Dry Gin.
Karibu sana. Tumeona mambo yenu hapo nje.
Asante sana. Sasa kwa dakika zile 2 ulizotupa nimekutana na Janine Details. Yeye ni sales manager wa JC Decaus na tukaweza kulink mahitaji yetu, kwa sababu sisi tunafanya rebranding ya products zetu na tunahitaji kufanya bank kubwa sana ya advertisements.
Sawa sawa.
Kampuni yao ina deal na advertisements especially upande wa billboards na wana locations katika majiji yote ya Tanzania, naongelea Mbeya, Mwanza, Arusha, Dar es Salaam. Na sisi tulikuwa na uhitaji wa kupata, of course tuna deal na suppliers wengine, lakini imekuwa opportunity kwao kuweza kunielezea, naona wako cost effective na we are looking forward to work together.
Asante sana. Naamini JC.co popote pale mlipo mmefurahi kabisa introduction yao. Beatrice, upo maeneo gani? Okay. Muulize jirani yako hapo amefahamiana na nani? Mike itatua kwa karibu kaka. Tuambie majina yako, umetokea wapi na umefahamiana na nani katika dakika hizi chache.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Noel, coming from Multi-Choice Tanzania, DSTV. I'm there, the content marketing manager. And today I had a pleasure of meeting Sebastian, who works, we can say that we are family, but then in a competition world, he was at Azam, who is handling all the events, who is the events manager there. So it has been a pleasure meeting him today. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. Okay. Where's Jules? Yes? Please pick somebody. That is what we call caught off guard. Karibu sana, jitambulishe majina yako, unatokea wapi na umekutana na nani leo?
All right, my name is Jerry. I'm from Code Studios, and I'm really happy I met some few colleagues. I met Kai Molel from Stanbic.
Okay.
I also met Salama from NBC. I think, to mention a few, those are people I mentioned.
Okay. Beatrice, yes please. Karibu dada, jitambulishe majina yako, umetokea wapi na umekutana na nani leo? Na unaweza ukaeleza kidogo au uliokutana nao ni kina nani, wanatokea wapi?
Jina langu naitwa Neema Palanjo, natokea Quadrant Group of Company. Siku ya leo nimekutana na Elias Karigo ambaye anatokea iStore na pia nimekutana na Veronica ambaye anafanya event planning.
Hongera sana. Jules, where are you? Yes, yes. Please pick somebody. Karibu sana, jitambulishe, umetokea wapi na umekutana na nani leo?
Asante, kwa majina naitwa Gloria Chua, natokea Azam Media Limited. Nimekutana na watu wengi, lakini mojawapo ni Shafik ambaye ni Head of Digital kutoka Clouds Media. Nimekutana na Managing Director wa Concept pia. I think hawa wanatosha.
Sawa sawa. Beatrice, kuna watu nimewaona walikutana hapa wakafurahiana sana. Okay, yes, please. Karibu sana, jitambulishe, unatokea wapi na umekutana na nani leo?
Well, mi naitwa Salama, ni Head of Customer Experience from NBC Bank. Nilikutana na watu kama watano. One from Simplicity Company, there's other one from Raydan, na mwingine Jerry, alishaji introduce, and the manager for this dome.
Hongera sana. Yes, I saw Sia Louise here. Alifurahia sana kukutana na mtu fulani, so maybe you can tell us here.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sia Louise. I come from TCC. I think Rafia, wale nilokutana nao kwanza si wageni. Kwa hiyo you're expecting me to say nimepata wageni wawili tu.
Okay.
So I met Neema from Blue Train.
Okay.
So she manages the influencers and they do programmatic digital marketing. So I learned something from her today. And then I met Daniel. I think he's the event manager for the whole. But congratulations to everybody and the organizers because I've been able to connect with some really long-time friends and colleagues. Ambao mara nyingi tumeshindwa kukutana lakini hapa tumekutana ndo nafikiri ndo kile kicheko ulichokiona. So it's my brother Ruben, Sakri, Nawaz, Beatrice, I think many good faces.
Hongera sana. Yeah. Na watu wengi walikuwa wanajiuliza kwamba should I go, should I not? What is in it for me? Kwa hiyo that's one of the reason tumekutana hapa leo. Okay, tukiendelea na ratiba yetu. Tunaye Mr. Shamsi Ramadhani ndani ya nyumba na huyo anatoka Duka Huru na hawa ni kati ya watu ambao wamejaribu kutumia digital marketing vizuri sana na wameweza kufanya mambo mazuri sana kwenye ulimwengu mzima wa digital marketing. So Mr. Shamsi, karibu sana.
Mambo vipi? You all look sad and mambo vipi? Kwenye marketing and branding, there are two sentences you should remember today. If people do not know you, you fail in marketing yourself. And if they don't choose you, you fail to brand yourself. Mambo vipi? Thank you very much. Naitwa Shamsi Ramadhani, ama Duka Huru. Mimi ni one of the Tanzanians ambao nimeweza kutumia one of the channels kwenye digital marketing. I mean, social. I helped a lot of local entrepreneurs, small businesses, elevating themselves into real competition because the real competition kwenye biashara iko at this. I'll mix the two languages. I hope it's okay, right? Thank you. Now, let me take you back in time. Wakati ule ilikuwa, if you want to do business, you need to have a potential area, like Samora Avenue. You remember those times, yeah? You have a front office, ambayo watu wanapita, they come to your office or your store and buy something. Au wanaambiana, namjua fulani bana, go and buy something, you right? So right now, tumekuwa transformed into a new era, a virtual marketplace. This virtual marketplace, we call digital, right? In virtual marketplace, customers, products, services, they are all in one place. Sasa hivi ukiingia katika digital platforms, social media platforms, websites, apps, you see there are customers there, products there, services there at one place. Hii virtual marketplace, there is one problem. The one with the upper hand here is the customer, because a customer sees you, sees them, sees him. You understand? Now, if you're not marketing good to these people, they will never choose you. Today, I want to talk about something that will change hiyo shida ya kufanya biashara kwenye digital era. And I'll be talking about something called neuromarketing. Neuromarketing ni taaluma ya kutambua saikolojia ya mteja. What trigger them to buy? What behaviors they have? Kumwelewa mteja. And hichi ni zaidi ya customer persona. Customer persona, we used to know about their ages, their behaviors, their finance. No. Neuromarketing is to understand their deep thinking, they are deep behaviors. Let me ask you something. In neuromarketing, there are 4 examples I prepared for you today. One is called treadmill, or FOMO, fear of missing out. This strategy has been implemented by iPhone. Anyone have iPhone here? Come on, don't be shy. iPhone? So iPhone has created this strategy for you to keep purchasing by creating in you a fear of missing out. So you see, there is 5, there is iPhone 6, there is iPhone 7. So you keep running. That's why it's called treadmill. You keep running, but you're not moving. So this is called the neuromarketing. All these AI algorithms, they are studying your behaviors. They are studying how you react on those posts, how you click some buttons, how you behave in social media or on digital platforms. This is called neuromarketing. Another example is called hiding in plain sight. Maybe you do this, maybe you don't know. If you go somewhere, you find some environment, some things that are convincing you to buy something, without your knowledge, that is called hiding in plain sight. Have you gone to a supermarket and find some product, have some dolls' faces, and they're smiling? Look at the cornflakes product. They are placed in the top shelves in supermarket. And those doll faces, they are smiling, but not smiling on you. They are smiling on they are looking downward like. So if you're going to shop in a supermarket, your kid will say, "Mommy, I want this one," because that doll is speaking to the kid. So that is called hiding in plain sight. Another example I want to give you today is called the right price. These are the result of neuromarketing studied from you, me, and everyone, and they come up with these strategies by understanding your psychology, your behaviors, and everything. Now, right price, if you find, Brother Ruben, if you find 5 bottles of wine, the same brand, maybe the same size, the one is $5, the other one is $10, and the other one is $20. Which one would you pick? Oh, sorry? You're buying for yourself or your spouse? Anyone? $20. So the right price method is giving you the ability to choose, but you're not choosing because we plan those prices. So everything I'm giving you as an example is called the neuromarketing. Now, namna gani tunatengeneza ile zege la Brother Ruben, maono yake? First of all, please tuwape makofi walioandaa hii forum kwa sababu Digital Marketers Tanzania tukuwa na platform ya kukutana kwa pamoja. Please, more. Hatukuwa na platform ya kukutana kwa pamoja tukabadilishana mawazo. When you talk about digital marketing, kila mtu ana chance. There are influencers there, kuna affiliators, wasanii, watu binafsi. Everyone can use digital. Kila mtu anaweza akabenefit kwenye digital. All right? So hawa waliondoa hii platform, heshima sana kwenu. Mimi pia nimepata simu ya kuzungumza na kuwaambia kwamba it was an hustle, kuwaambia watu kwamba naacha kazi nafanya social media. They were like, unaenda kuwasaidia tu Facebook, are you? So right now, thanks to you mloandai kwamba I can make sense in front of you, right? So, namna gani tunatengeneza hii zege? How do we combine traditional and digital together, alafu tuweze kuiperform vizuri katika biashara zetu? The previous speakers wameshasema kuhusu data. Everything you do before you create any strategy kwenye digital platform, social media, or anywhere in digital, you need to have the right data for your client. I'll give you an example. When you talk about Rolls-Royce brand, you ask Rolls-Royce, what are you selling? They're saying, we are selling a lifestyle. We're not selling vehicle. When you ask a consumer of Rolls-Royce, they say, I didn't buy a car. It's a lifestyle. They feel something. So how did Rolls-Royce become so good in selling the motor vehicles at a higher price, and you never complain? Because the way you behaved, they used that as the marketing strategy to make you feel so connected with them. Look at the Rolls-Royce promotions. They're not posting their cars. They don't do those show off, like come and check the, no. They create something called scarcity. Scarcity is FOMO, write that down, fear of missing out. They make 5 Rolls Royces a year, like 5. I'll miss this thing out, so you jump quickly and go and purchase it. Another thing, they create content that describes what we built. They are taking pictures of Rolls Royce beside private jets, beside private yachts. So you look at the picture says, this is for few people, not you. You say, no, come on, I can afford this. So you're creating that fear of missing out and you're purchasing it without complaining about the price. Guys, are we getting it? Say, yeah. Thank you. Now, how are you going to use the same method in neuromarketing to drive sales, to drive engagement in your content? First of all, study who you are dealing with. What triggers us to buy? Sisi tunazungumza kwenye soko letu la Afrika Mashariki. Apply strategy za Western, Asian, Europe, no? Apply strategy za hapa. We all know how East Africans tuna react. Ukitengeneza strategy kama ya Starbucks, Beatrice alizungumza kuhusu Starbucks. Starbucks alitengeneza strategy ya kutumia social media bila yeye kuposti wala kutumia hata 100 kwenye kuadvertise. What they did, Starbucks akawa ukienda kuchukua kahawa, wanakuuliza what's your name? You say my name is Beatrice. So they write your name like, instead of writing Beatrice, they write Tribris. So when you have the cup, you'll be like, look at these people. Like they're calling themselves a big brand and just write my name wrong. So you take the picture and you post in social media. Yeah, you bring traffic more to the restaurant. Guys, are you feeling okay? So you can't bring that strategy right here because here you get a negativity and negativity will not bring you sales. It will bring you attention. There are different ways here. There are content that brings you value and attention, and there are content that convert people into buyers. Like if you're posting every day about your product and services, that will bring you value. Only that. If you want to convert people into buying, you need to present a social presentation. Like, how many people have you serviced? How many people have you sell it to? So that is one of the social presentation. Another thing is we should have, like Beatrice said, use influencers like celebrities, and so these are some of the content that can convert people into purchasing from you. Now, when you have enough data for your people, you'll know the right language to speak for your people. Also, you'll understand what content they understand the most. Also, you'll understand which platform they're using. Like right now, everybody thinks Instagram is everything. No. Everybody thinks Facebook is everything. No. Everybody thinks if I have a website, I'll do better. No. That is not enough. You need to collect enough data to understand who are the people that I'm talking to. What are my mission? What are my vision? And which platform they're using. What language should I speak to them? Which content they understand the most. Everything I'm talking right here is called the neuromarketing. Did you get the point about neuromarketing? So that is my presentation. I don't want to bore you with a lot of information because a lot of information will make you numb. Wote mmechoka kwa sababu kila content ukiamka asubuhi content. Na kuna madaktari wako mtandaoni wanakuambia ukisikia ganzi, mguu unauma, unawashwa, una cancer. You'll be like, I feel the same way. Do I have cancer? There are a lot of information that make you numb. So not a lot of information, just few. If you get the point, that will be my time. My name is James Ramadhani. Thank you very much for listening.
Makofi tena tafadhali kwa Shamsi Ramadhan. Habari zenu jamani. Wazima. Mimi naitwa Mina Ali na nimefurahi sana kuwaona hapa. Nimefurahi kuwa hapa. Heshima kubwa kwa dada yangu Rafia ambaye alikuwa ametushikia tangu mwanzo na alikuwa na sisi. Mimi natokea Clouds FM na Clouds TV na Clouds Digital. Kwa hiyo mimi ni fusion ya traditional media pamoja na digital. media as well. Kwa mimi ni exactly ambacho tunakizungumzia siku ya leo hapa. Nafanya kazi kwenye mazingira hayo. Nina furaha sana kuwa hapa kwa sababu nimekuwa nikijaribu kufanya zaidi kwenye mitandao ya kijamii na kudeliver ujumbe huu ambao unazungumziwa leo. So I'm very happy. I see a lot of familiar faces, which means I've been in the right industry and I've been dealing with the right people. Kutoka huku SportPesa, ndugu zangu nawaona, nawasalimia sana, Tigo family, DSTV, na heshima kwa wote ambao mko hapa. So ukitazama mitandao ya kijamii miaka nyuma iliyopita, tulikuwa tunaambiwa ukikuta maneno labda yamesemwa mtandaoni, naambiwa maneno ya mtandaoni hayo usiyajali, si ndio? Lakini leo maneno ya mtandaoni ndio kati ya maneno ambayo yanaongoza mawazo yetu ama ambayo tunaamka tunayaona kila siku. Zamani ilikuwa ngumu kuweza kupush biashara kwa namna nyingine ambayo sio traditional media. Lakini sasa hivi kupitia traditional media na digital pamoja tunaweza kuchanganya kupush biashara. Naifuata sasa hivi kwenye stage bila kupoteza wakati. Kwa kutumia digital media, watu hawa wameweza kuingiza pesa. Ni vijana tu kutoka mtaani, wengine wakiwa na elimu zao, wakaamua you know what, we can use social media vizuri, we can utilize it, tunaweza kujulikana zaidi. Zamani ukitazama comedy ilibidi umwangalie Joti na Mpoki kwa miaka mingi, unatazama kwenye TV. But now ukiingia kwenye social media unakutana na talent za kila aina. Watu hao wamekuwa wakitengeneza maudhui na kushare kwenye social media. Wamekuwa wakimonetize maudhui yao kwenye social media, na kupitia social media wamekuwa wakileta audience kubwa kwenye show zao. So ladies and gentlemen, naomba makofi tafadhali kwa Deo kutoka Watu Baki.
Imenye kwanza, ngoja tuone kama tuko Tanzania. Watanzania mambo vipi? Yes! Yes! I know now niko Tanzania. Ndo kawaida yetu. Unafikiri ukimwambia Mtanzania mambo vipi, sehemu kama hii atakujibu kwa nguvu? Ni watu wa wasiwasi, ni watu wa kujicheki. Naendaje hapa? Ndio nchi pekee ambao kila mtu anajiuliza hivi, kwani hapa nilipo naenda kama nani? Yes. Ni ngumu. Kila mtu ana wasiwasi, bro. Jibu tu. Wewe jamaa, wewe mwenyewe unakuwa na wasiwasi, unaona kama labda mimi sijui ujamaa atanionaje. Naomba nikwambie, na yeye anadaiwa kodi kama wewe. Hana lolote. Watanzania mambo vipi? Tunakuja. Yeah, beautiful country, beautiful people. Hilo pini liloingia nalo naitwa Sister Bettina. I fell in love with this song in South Africa. I'm traveling now. I'm doing comedies in Africa and stuff. Yeah. Don't do that kush. Unaona ma DJ, yani watu wakicheka ndo wanaingilia. Wakinuna na yeye ananiangalia. I fell in love with that song in South Africa. Unajua ukiwa Tanzania ukaenda South Africa. Ukiwa Tanzania kabla hujaenda South Africa kuna namna unaichukulia South Africa, eh? Unakuwa kama South Africa. When you're in Tanzania, South Africa almost feels like it's not the real Africa. South Africa feels like Africa light. Africa light hivi ni, yani sio yenyewe. Ila ukifika kule unagundua na wao na matatizo ya umeme kama sisi. The only thing they've done is hawaiti electricity problems kwa sababu they are a developed country. Wenyewe wanaita eti load shedding. Load shedding wapi bwana, kuna giza mkuu. So, you know, when you're in your country, it's very hard sometimes to see how beautiful your country is until you start traveling. Ndo unagundua jamani, mbona we are doing fine? I I went to South Africa and these niggas were still shooting in broad daylight. Mchana watu wanalipuana. Hawa hii wanapigana risasi mchana kweupe. Alafu hamna mtu anayehangaika kwa sababu nchi nzima iko mapiano kuliko Sister Bettina. Yaani mpaka wakusikie kwamba umepigwa risasi. Sio leo. It was in South Africa where I said this. These guys are still shooting in South. Let me tell you something. Yani, it feels like these guys are still stuck in Sarafina. Yani kama bado wako kwenye same kwa stimela bado wanakufa. Yako seko sinyama. Yo traba. Yeah. But as a Tanzanian, that was very confusing for me. Watu wanauana kwa upe. Let me tell you something. Tanzania sio kwamba hatupigani. Tunapigana. But a Tanzanian will never fight you in the open. It doesn't mean we won't fight you. We'll fight you. But you will not know we are fighting you until you know. Until you know. Inchi bwana hii. Unaweza ukatoka una maneno yako. Sijui nini. Unajua? Sijui serikali, sijui nini. Sio kama ile. Unakwambia unaijua sana inchi ambassador. Tunakupa ubaozi kaisimulia nchi za duniani huko. Wamba Tanzania tupo, Sister Bettina. Yeah, this is a beautiful place, I'm telling you. It's a very beautiful place. Inchi mambo yamekaa kama nani. Nilienda Kenya juzi and when I got to Kenya they were telling me they actually refer to themselves as a developed country. Why? Because they have political freedom. In Kenya you can be openly politically active. Mimi nikaambia wakuu, sio kwamba Tanzania tujui siasa. We are politically active but not openly. Kwa sababu Kenya waite wanaitana maandamano, wanaposti na watu wanaenda. Sisi tunakuja ila Insta. And it's not because we are dumb. It's not because Tanzanians are dumb people. Watanzania ni wajanja. Watanzania wameshagundua kuna ukweli na kuna uhalisia. Sasa the question is, ukweli ni ukweli? Hiyo inategemeana na uhalisia. Kwa sababu kiukweli uhalisia ndio ukweli wenyewe. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ukweli unauma, tuwezi kuambia ukweli wenyewe. Kwa hiyo unabaki na ukweli fulani ambao kiuhalisia hauna ukweli wowote. Hauna ukweli wowote. And some kwa mfano ukija hapa Tanzania they'll tell you the people are sijui watu hawajui vitu. Watu hawajui haya. Shauri yako. Because you gotta look at things this way. Kuna ukweli na uhalisia. Baada ya uchaguzi unasikia kuna mtu anataka kumshtaki rais. Sawa ni kweli. Bro ni kweli katiba imeruhusu. Lakini umejaribu kuliangalia swala kiuhalisia maana yake. For those of you, naona kuna globalization in the room. I see a few white people. A round of applause kwa wageni. Yeah. White people and everybody who is not from Tanzania, welcome to Tanzania. Karibuni sana. You talk to any person who has come to Tanzania, they tell you, my God, nimeenda Serengeti. I've gone to Serengeti. I've seen the parks. I've seen the lion. I've seen whom. But oh my God, of all those things, the people. Oh my God, the people are so nice. Let me tell you something. Tanzanians are not nice. Just nice to be nice. We are nice as a foreign policy. We are not nice just to be nice. We are nice as a foreign policy. We are nice to keep the foreigners foreign. No, ukifika Tanzania, we're very quick to teach you shit. We tell you, tufundishe Kiswahili. Yeah, teach me Swahili. We teach you the same exact things every day. Jambo. Hakuna matata. Poa kichizi kama ndizi. Things that we don't speak, but we teach you that. So that when you show up with a jambo, we say foreigner. Foreigner. and don't you worry. We don't do that because we hate foreigners. We don't do that because we are not an inclusive people. We are very inclusive. We do that because we know now foreigners have their own prices in this country. This speaker might be 100,000 Tanzanian shillings, but when you show up with a jumbo, 500 Tanzanian shillings. When you wanasema jamani, these people don't know what is going on. They don't know, eh? They don't know. Yeah. So, one of the things, the reason why I came with this song is because of this conflict. I don't know if this debate is still going on. People feel like, sisi, hatuwezi kusikiza mapiano, mbona hatuna nyimbo zetu, sijui nini. Let me tell you something. Thanks to technology, if you check your phone right now, you realize kwenye playlist ya simu yako, unasikiliza nyimbo za Kiafrika zaidi kuliko unavyowasikiliza kina Chris Brown. When was the last time you listened to Bruno Mars, my sister? What does that mean? It means we are winning. As Africans, we are winning. We don't need to fight amongst each other. We are already winning. We are already listening to one another. So what needs to happen is we need to serve. The thing here is the future is fusion. Let me tell you, the future has always been fusion. Let me tell you about a man I know. Alikuwa hana radio, alikuwa hana TV, na alikuwa hana social media. But he achieved fusion. This man was called Julius Kambarage Nyerere. Now the question would be, how? How did he achieve fusion? I think fusion is not going to be achieved because of digital marketing. Fusion is not going to be achieved because of traditional marketing. Fusion is going to be achieved by care. Do you care enough? Do you really care enough to serve these people? Kwa sababu, when this country started, we were told 3 things. We are here to fight 3 things. Ujinga, maradhi, na umaskini. How is marketing doing in that? How are marketers doing in making sure that this happens? Tupo. So I feel like if we care enough, the means will manifest. Hallelujah. Amen. Amen. Now, I as an African talent, I am hoping that this thing goes well, my sister. Because if this thing doesn't go well, I got another idea. Mimi kishindikana ili jambo hili hapa la comedy likishindikana wauni, mimi naanzisha kanisa. Mimi naanzisha kanisa. Inaitwa BFGC. Baria Full Bible Gospel Church. Ilo hapo linadili na wauni tu. Inadili na wana kwa sababu Mungu anapenda wana. Ndio maana Yesu mwenyewe alikuja, alikuwa anazunguka na wana. Ndio maana tunamuita Mungu mwana. Hallelujah. I feel with the right marketing, that shit will work. Kwa sababu mimi nyimbo zote na gospel kanisani kwangu, ngoma tutazipiga kwa singeli nini. Ukiingia pale sifa unaambiwa alitembea juu ya maji, Yesu balia. Unaambiwa ameniponya, kaniponya wizi, nimeacha viloba. We ninalinga nina Yesu mimi. na hata muda wa sala gospel wenyewe kumshusha Roho Mtakatifu tunamshusha kwa singeli kwa sababu tunajua Roho Mtakatifu mwenyewe ni mtu wa timbwili. Unaambiwa Roho Mtakatifu ni mtu wa timbuli. Kwa hata hiyo gospel yenyewe itakaopigwa hapo ni kumshusha huyo Roho Mtakatifu mwenyewe. Tunapiga nao ni singeli hivyo hivyo dada yangu. Holy Ghost fire. Watu moto 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 tumewapata moto marekeke moto. na kanisa ni sadaka. So if my marketing skill is sadaka wauni wanatoa. Sema tu umepiga nyimbo gani? Na mimi nyimbo zote kali naeka mwisho. Kuombewa umeombewa na pepo limetoka, sadaka unatoa utoi, cheka unatoa utoi, sadaka unatoa utoi, cheka unatoa utoi. Ukisali dini ya masela sadaka lazima. So here's what I want you people to think about it. While my piano is blowing up, people marketing and making money out of this, in our backyard, something new came out. Something of our own. Singeli kwa mfano. It came out. And let me tell you something. People think that music is dumb, but if you really think about it, those people are very smart. Singeli ndio muziki pekee ambao watu wameweza kuendesha maisha. Show vingilio bure. Muziki YouTube bure. Ukiangalia watu wa Singeli mbona wana maisha? Unagundua hela wanapata kwenye show. Ngoja nikwambie, show ambayo haina kiingilio haimaanishi kwamba ni show ya bure dada yangu. Kwa sababu show yote ya Singeli ni biashara kati ya watu hao. Msanii, mwimbaji, DJ na wauni. Kwa sababu if you think about it, show yote ya Singeli ina sehemu kuu mbili. Sehemu ya kwanza ni ujumbe ambao ndio wewe unaujua. Ndio zile kwamba sijui nini, kisimu changu weka kwa kisimu changu line mbili kinanisevu bwana. Wana choreographers. Wewe twende Mazela, tuluke Ligoma. Twende kushoto. Twende kulia. Mikono juu, mikono juu, mikono juu. Asiyecheza Mazela apigwe na magoli. Asiyecheza Mazela apigwe makofi. Kata. Sasa utaachaje kucheza? Hapo unacheza. Sasa ukicheza hapo sasa ndio mnapeleka sasa lile limewaka, mnaenda huku, mnarudi huku, mnaenda huku, mnarudi huku, mikono juu, afu inapigwa ile wauni. Simu sasa baba, simu, Mungu wangu, simu hizo simu zinaondoka. Simu zinasepa. So that's what happens sometimes when we don't have the right minds to back our ventures kama vijana. Sometimes we have to do the necessary. And sometimes the necessary is not what you necessarily want. So I'm here. Ukiachana mambo ya kuchekesha, I am here to specifically tell you guys, although the world is connected, although leo Deo anaweza kwenda South Africa kufanya show, although leo Deo anaweza kwenda South Sudan kufanya show, yes, the connection is right. But these aspects ambazo nyinyi mnaona ni normal stuff, storytelling, sijui nini, artists don't really know this stuff. So you truly have the power ya kupambana na ujinga, umaskini na malazi kwa wasanii, doing exactly what you want. And all you have to do is care. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My name is Leo Gratias.
Asante sana, dear gracious. More to come, mengi yanakuja. Naomba niwasihi mbaki hapo hapo tu na nitoe heshima kwa haraka haraka kwa sponsors wa Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit, Clouds Media Group, waandaaji, Tanzania Marketing Science Association, Smart Cause, NIC, DSTV, Stanbic Bank, Concept, The Superdome, na wengine ambao nitaendelea kuwataja baadaye. Hivi sasa, right now it's time for lunch, and watu watakuja kwa ajili ya kusimamisha meza baada ya meza kuelekea nje for lunch. So please just sit on your seat and enjoy DJ Diomi's music as you wait for lunch. But it is now lunchtime. When we get back, we'll hear more from Shumbana from DSTV, Karimu from NIC, and Stephen Mpuya from Stanbic, and a lot more. Kwa hiyo tafadhali mubaki, twende tukale lunch ya pamoja. Please do make sure to socialize, get to know new people. And as for now, while we wait kuja kusimamishwa kwa ajili ya kuelekea lunch, please enjoy good music from DJ Diomi.
Classic music. Nobody loves you the way that I do. Nobody can love you the way that I do, yeah. Baby, nobody.
Hutaisahau. Ilifanywa vizuri.
As a marketer, umeniweka sehemu ngumu sana. There's very many campaigns ambazo zimefanyika Tanzania ambazo ni nzuri, they were impactful. Just from the case study ambayo tumeiona punde, the 5G campaign was done very well by Vodacom. There's many. Siwezi kumbuka zote offhead. There's so many.
Au kumbuki tangazo hivi fulani ambalo unalikumbuka ukiimba au ukilitaja tutalikumbuka?
You've put me on spot. Let me think about it. Yes. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Tafadhali. Naomba unitajie kama uko hapa, please nyosha mkono. Unitajie tangazo moja ambalo hautalisahau, unalikumbuka siku zote. A very nice, well done campaign. Kule, sister amevaa red.
Kabla wa sister wa red, kuna huyu sister hapa.
Okay.
Tangazo ambalo I feel as a marketer was very impactful ni baki njia kuu. Yes.
Do you guys remember baki njia kuu? Mpigeni makofi jamani. Kweli kataja tangazo. Sawa, Jules, there's a lady over there. Okay, sawa. Tangazo ambalo umewahi kuliona hutalisahau. A very nice, well done advert and campaign.
Mena, nafikiri kama sijakosea, kuna ile chaijaba. Chaijaba, ushaipata ile. Alafu kuna jambo nini kwa wakati wote. Tumia sasa.
Makofi kwake. Yes, tunazikumbuka. Brother.
Hello marketers. Mimi nakumbuka tangazo moja, I think lilikuwa ni la Airtel. Ukiangalia lilikuwa ni dongo lile wanawapiga watu wa Tigo. Wako kwenye kagari kadogo wamebanana mle. Umeona? Alafu linapita gari kubwa la Airtel, alafu linawaambia amia Airtel. Ile ilikuwa ni moja ya tangazo moja bora sana ambalo limewahi kufanyika kwa watu wa marketing.
Ala. Wewe kaka unaitwa nani na unatokea wapi? Usikute kuna conflict of interest.
Hapana, sina interest yoyote katika hilo.
Unaitwa nani kutoka wapi bro?
Naitwa Innocent Mafulu, ni mkurugenzi wa masoko kutoka Daniglo Tanzania Limited.
Okay, sawa.
Mwanza, all the way from Mwanza.
Okay, makofi kwake tafadhali. Japo sichangii, mimi naogopa wewe unataka mimi nikose madini, wewe vipi? Twende kwa okay, ukimaliza kuna mrembo kule amenyosha mkono muda mrefu. Okay. Sawa. The next session itatu okay.
The advert that I remember is sio siri ni Revola.
Coffee kwake tafadhali. Pale Juliana. That lady over there. Ataniua amenyanyua mkono muda mrefu. Our next session is going to be about this, and that's why tunataka kujua zaidi.
Well, tangazo na ukumbuka ilikuwa inatoka Coca-Cola. Bambucha. Jimmy humu nuku wapwa na dogo. Ni aje Jimmy? Wapi saizi? Around. That's the first one. And second one is Tigo. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, I was really young and I still remember that. Thank you.
Asante. Bambucha, drink Fanta, stay bambucha. Yeah? The doom, doom, okay. Mwingine. Campaign ambayo uliipenda sana, ilifanywa na marketers wenzetu na hutaisahau, imekaa kichwani kwako mpaka leo. Ni ipi? Okay, kule nyuma. Tuanze na kujitambulisha tafadhali and then tueleze.
Yeah. Naitwa Emmanuel, natoka East Technology. Tangazo ambalo
of course nilipenda kwa sababu ya slogan ni la Omo. Anasema usipochafuka utajifunzaje? Yani that slogan ilikuwa very strong ukikompare na ile nani na hiyo tangazo yenyewe.
Okay. Omo, sawa, asante.
Asante, naitwa Davis Mwijage, ni Head of Marketing and Communications wa kampuni ya bima ya ICA Lion. Kwanza nimegundua watu wengi wanavutika zaidi na matangazo ya nyuma kuliko sasa, maana yake kuna tatizo matangazo ya sasa. Mimi tangazo ninalolikumbuka ni tangazo la Kiwi, linasema hebu jitokeze, simama mbele za watu.
Okay, makofi jamani, amewakumbusha mbali. Vipi kuhusu usione so, sema naye kuhusu. Umeona mambo haya. So wapo marketers kwenye industry ambao wamefanya kazi nzuri sana within the years. Na ni muhimu kufahamu kutoka kwao. Changamoto gani walipitia? Nini kipo nyuma yao? How did they create what they created to such a big extent? And so our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be about the industry case studies. Na hivi sasa naomba nimkaribishe kwenu kutoka DSTV. Tafadhali, please welcome Shumbana Walwa ambaye ni Senior Marketing Manager at DSTV. Karibu sana Shumbana.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za mchana, mabibi na mabwana. Msinifanyie hivyo tafadhali. Habari za mchana, mabibi na mabwana. Asante. Shafiq, nadhani tuko pamoja. Thank you. Okay, my name is Shumbana James Walwa from MultiChoice Tanzania, known as DSTV Tanzania. DSTV is one of the brand ambayo imekuwa in business for over 30 years na imekuwa ikitransform mara kwa mara kutokana na mahitaji ya wateja, lakini pia kutokana na digital advancement. I spoke about 30 years ago. When DSTV started, the focus was more into linear TV. You are home with your family members, you want to be entertained, you have DSTV to do that for you. Life has been changing. So many things are happening, and digital is happening. As one of the brands that is very much embracing the changes, imekuwa ikihama na mabadiliko ya kiteknolojia. Na imekuwa ikihakikisha kwamba ina concentrate on where the audience or the target audience are. This is to say, we have to make sure that every time and everywhere our customers are, that's where DSTV is, or that's where DSTV must be available. DSTV is a lifestyle. It's more about what is happening, what are the trending things, what music do you want to watch or listen to, what kind of movies do you want to watch? Is Avengers out? Is it Fast and Furious? What are the kids' favorite content? At the moment, what are the most loved local series from Maisha Magic Bongo? Speaking of Jua Kali, Huba, etc. All of these is to ensure that what consumers need is what DSTV has to offer. Next slide, please. In making sure that we understand what consumers need, we also had to understand where these consumers are. And here we are at the Digital Marketing Summit. This summit, we are talking about the digital marketing, the digital advancement, etc. As for DSTV, we had to look at that angle as well. We are no longer sticking with the linear television. For you to be able to enjoy the entertainment that you used to enjoy the TV, you don't have to be at home to do that. We made sure that we are bringing varieties of options to help you get entertained anytime, anywhere with your DSTV. Next, please. Speaking of convenience, ability for our customers and those who aspire to have DSTV to be able to get and to watch and to be entertained anywhere, anytime at their convenience. DSTV brought in DSTV applications, application ambazo zimewezesha mteja kuangalia who are the customers. At the moment, you can have your DSTV at home, you can watch DSTV on your screen, but still, you can have your mobile phone, you can have your laptops, iPad, etc., and get to enjoy DSTV. It's all about digital, it's all about technology. It's all about where the audience are. That's where DSTV is. Speaking about flexibility, once again, all the things that we are doing as DSTV is to ensure that we get to connect with our customers. What matters is the entertainment that they are looking for, the education they are looking for. A number of trends that are happening in the world can be found on DSTV. But then, how flexible can you be? How can they access your services? How can they pay for it? How can they reconnect when they paid and still no services at home? So with DSTV, we had to embrace digital. We have brought forward different varieties of digital services that can help our customers to access the services that we have, easily accessible anytime through different digital platforms that can help them get our services back. Speaking about my DSTV app, an application which helps a customer to be able to pay, to subscribe, to connect, to remove an error, and do anything they want with their account. But what matters as an end game is to ensure that they have their services back. Speaking of WhatsApp, speaking of USSD, but speaking of digital platform to be able to do that. Further than that, we realized that it's no longer necessary to have your DSTV dish installed at home. So we had to ensure that we still give you another option to have your DSTV content through another platform, which is known as Showmax. You no longer need to have your DSTV dish installed. You can still acquire varieties of content, the known and the unknown, the international and the local, through Showmax, which is a DSTV baby. What we are trying to do is to ensure that as the technology is changing, the digital advancement is improving, DSTV is also doing the same. All of that is to ensure that we connect with our customer, we get to be where our audience are. Why are all these matters? All of these matters for us because we want to make sure the content that they are very happy about, the super sports content, the kids content, the music, the telenovelas and etc. can be accessible. We can still make sure that we connect you with the best content and entertainment that you as a customer need. We go with the digital technology and we embrace it and make sure that where our customers are, that's where DSTV is. And as I finish my presentation, I need to inform you that to ensure that we connect as much as possible, DSTV has to also be available on different social media platforms. Speaking of TikTok, speaking of WhatsApp, speaking of Instagram, speaking of YouTube, Twitter, etc., we are all there. Why are we there? Because that's where our audience are. And as marketers, whatever we do for our brands and businesses, it has to connect with what your audience or what your consumers need. Thank you very much.
from DSTV. Makofi tena kwake tafadhali. Thank you. And thank you DSTV for taking part of in this program, Tanzania Digital Digital Marketing Summit. Asanteni sana. Tunawashukuru sana sana. Haya sasa, anayefuata ni kutoka NIC Insurance. Makofi tafadhali kwa Karim.
Habari ya mchana, mabibi na mabwana. Yes, good afternoon. Yes, mnapenda kuuchuna. Good afternoon. Yes, we are on digital marketing, kwa hiyo ni lazima tuwe tumechangamka kidogo. My name is Karim Meshak, working with NIC Insurance in the Directorate of Marketing and Communication, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communication. Yes, niko hapa kwa ajili ya kushare experience on how NIC has benefited from the digital marketing. NIC Insurance, of course, in the past years has been struggling in some areas, lakini has invested massively on digital systems, which has already transformed NIC to this end. Kwa hiyo NIC imefanya mapinduzi makubwa sana, of which tumehakikisha kwamba wa systems au operations zetu zote ziko kwenye digital, kwa maana kwamba tumeinvest kwenye systems za operations like IMIS, ERMS, HRMS, lakini pamoja na NIC kiganjani kama sehemu ya operations. Now this has made NIC be the way it is now. Tumefanya digital platforms au leverage kwenye digital platforms in a way kwamba tumeweza ku cut down au ku separate our budget kuanzia spend yetu ya marketing. The 60% is on a traditional media and the 40% is on on digital platforms. Na hii imekuja kufanya kwamba now NIC, yes, the 40% is on a digital platforms and the 60% iko kwenye traditional media. Sasa come to the next slide. NIC imeweza kutransform na kuweza kutengeneza growth driven by 43% kwenye growth ya NIC. Na hii yote imekuwa specified au imekuwa imesababishwa na kuchangiwa kwa sehemu kubwa na digital platforms, kwa sababu operations zetu kwenye systems the institution is now working paperless. We don't use papers at all, so that the KPI za watumishi wa NIC zimekuwa specified in a way kwamba we shorter time and we use the digital platforms in a way kwamba kazi zetu zinakwenda kwa haraka na kumfikia na kumservice mteja vizuri zaidi. This has become as a result now this year tumerecord performance ya faida to 63% au 33 billion, ambayo imetusababishia kuwa the leading insurance in Tanzania, and we are of our products zinakuwa accessed kwenye digital, like the all programs that we are doing at the product. Lakini sasa with the digital platform, the fusion between the digital platform and the traditional media bado inaendelea kufanya kazi, kwa sababu as I said, the 40% is on a digital and the 60% is on a traditional, na hii tunaendelea kuwaleta wateja wetu pamoja, kwa sababu si wote wanaopatikana kwenye digital platform. na si wote ambao wanaweza kuelewa maana digital platform. Kwa hiyo tumeendelea kuwachanganya pamoja, and now we are doing the campaign called NIC Kitaa, of which imeendelea kutufanya tuweze kuwa connect wateja wetu walipo na sisi tupo, na tunaendelea kufanya vizuri. And as I'm speaking now, the team is in Mwanza doing NIC Kitaa, inamkuta mteja mmoja baada ya mwingine, and I can tell you this has given us a platform kumkuta mteja mmoja baada ya mwingine, and as I'm speaking tumeweza kucollect more than 400 million through NIC Kitaa. So the digital platform is there, but still the traditional media is also there. So we are doing the fusion all together to make sure that we service our customers well in advance. Now, through the transformation that we have done with our managing director, Dr. Erirema Dorie, has given us more benefit. As I'm saying, now we are approaching 60 years of operation, but again, we have achieved massively in the market. We are now voted a super brand, and we are ISO certified. This has been not easy to achieve these milestones. This is because of the fusion between the digital platform and the digital media marketing as well as the traditional media. As I'm saying, with the recent records that we have grown by 108%. The second one, I think, is below 70% by growth. While in market share, we have recorded 16%, while the second one is almost 12 or 11% in market share. So NIC, the leading insurance company in Tanzania, is the only company you can trust, and our turnaround time is 7 days. With claims, we can pay you in 7 days. So this is to inform you that this is the company you can trust, this is the company you can trade with, this is the company is ready to insure your everything, the houses, the life insurance, or whatever. So please come to NIC and work with us with the general insurance and life insurance. We are on digital marketing as part and parcel of working hard to make sure that we will reach our customers well in advance. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza na karibuni NIC, and that's why tunasema sisi ndiyo bima. The only bima in Tanzania is NIC Insurance. Karibuni sana.
Asante sana Karim, Mr. Karim from NIC. And right now, naomba nimlete kwenu Mr. Stephen Mpuya kutoka Stanbic Bank. Makofi tafadhali.
Afternoon. Hii shift ya mchana huwa tunaita graveyard shift. Watu washakula, washashiba, everything is pulling you to the ground. Alafu mtu anakuambia habari za mchana. So please bear with me. I will take about maybe 10 minutes of your time to tell you kidogo about Stanbic, kidogo about what I do, and that we are all excited to be part of this digital marketing forum. Kwanza, a round of applause to Clouds and all the partners for putting such a wonderful forum together. It's a beautiful forum. Hopefully it's the first of many. So as I was introduced, naitwa Stephen Mpuya. Pale Stanbic na angalia kitengo kinaitwa personalization. So personalization is not marketing. Personalization is not a new concept, but for many of the businesses in Tanzania, it's fairly new. Ideally, what we do is combine the use of data, combine the use of behavior economics, combine the use of systems and tools to be able to provide solutions to customers that are tailor-made to that specific customer. So just because my business needs an overdraft, it does not necessarily mean kwamba your business also needs an overdraft. Just because my business needs a term loan, it does not mean kwamba your business also needs a term loan. So we try and work through those nuances to be able to provide personalized solutions to many businesses like yours. So obviously hapa nimeangalia, it's a forum of marketing experts. I'm in no way in any position to be able to tell you anything about marketing, but just to share some of the experiences that we have, and maybe zinaweza kakupa a thing or two that you can maybe take to your businesses as well. So Stanbic is part of the Standard Bank Group, and the Standard Bank Group in Africa is now about 165 years old. So tuna pride ya kuwa na teams of people within the group who've seen changes in Africa, around Africa, over so many years. And tunatumia that expertise to be able to bring to the market in Tanzania kwa ajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba clients wanapata personalized or other services ambazo ziko specific to what they require. So in terms of what we do from a digital standpoint, so obviously my marketing experts wanakuja na their campaigns, wanakuja na a wish list of things that they need to do to be able to make our brand more powerful, to be able to make our brand more attractive. But I'm there to tell them kwamba as human beings, maybe we're not as rational as we think. As human beings, most of our decisions are based off emotions. Most of our decisions are based off gut feelings. Most of our decisions are based off what is my peer group doing, what is someone I look after doing. So we look at all that info to be able to tell our marketing colleagues, maybe labda hii campaign tweak hivi kidogo ili kusudi iweze kuwa more attractive to a consumer, ili kusudi iwe more attractive to a buyer. Lakini it requires the use of data. It requires massive amounts of data points. So for everybody that's doing marketing these days, an investment in data is key to be able to know ni nani ananunua products, kwa nini ananunua products, wakati gani umuuzie, wakati gani is the right platform, unapokwenda kuzungumza naye, uzungumze naye kwa lugha gani. So for instance, Stanbic for I think the past decade has always been an all-English bank. And of recent, as we started speaking to many of the SMEs, we've changed, for instance, our account opening forms, we've changed our branding, we've changed our communications. We're now speaking the language just to be able to appeal to the marketing or the customer base that we're trying to speak to. So it's about adaptability, it's about staying relevant, it's about being true to the demands of the changes in time. So as far as these businesses here are concerned, we are ready to support. So you look at the partnership that we have with Standard Bank Group in terms of them being our parent, but within Standard Bank Group, we've got the ICBC, which is the International Commercial Bank of China. Ambayo the ICBC is the largest bank in the world. It's a bank in China, but it's the largest bank in the world by all metrics, and they own about a 25% stake in Standard Bank Group. So combine the expertise across all these global players, we believe kwamba we've got the solutions to be able to support many of the businesses that are coming up, many of the businesses that are bringing through innovative solutions, many of the businesses that are trying to transcend and stay relevant with the changes in time. So just as this forum peaks pace, we're here, we're ready to support you guys, and pamoja tuko tayari kuijenga Tanzania. I think those are my 2 cents. Nashukuru sana.
Asante sana sana. Makofi tena tafadhali. From Stanbic Bank. That was Stephen Mpuya. Na sasa kwa vile sisi wote humu ndani ni wengi wetu ni marketers, nadhani hili neno halitakuwa jipya kwetu, lakini ningependa kujua kama unalifahamu. Has anyone heard of AI? AI. AI, anybody? Sindio? Kwa Kiswahili akili bandia. Yeah? Nafanya kazi kwenye mazingira ambayo kila siku tunazungumzia akili bandia imefanya nini kwenye industry yetu. Every morning there's a new song ya Beyonce in which Beyonce didn't actually sing, but her voice is used to remix a different song. Tupo kwenye ulimwengu wa akili bandia. Swali letu ni je, kama marketers tutakuwa na ajira tena? Je, as marketers, is there still going to be opportunities for us? Because now kuna redio za akili bandia, kuna mziki wa akili bandia. Juzi nilitumia akili bandia kuandika biography yangu. Ungeiona ungedhani nimesoma Harvard. On point, lakini si akili zangu. Do we still have chances to be creative, to do good, and to still use ourselves to our full potential in an era of AI, akili bandia? And that, ladies and gentlemen, ndio kitu ambacho tunaelekea kukizungumza. So please, naomba mumpigie makofi na mumkaribishe mkuu wa mikakati na ubunifu kutoka Clouds FM na Clouds Media Group. Tafadhali makofi kwa Ruben Ndege.
Futury is revolutionizing the audio industry.
Good afternoon. Jamani, tuko hai. Hello. How you doing? Nimebahatika kurudi tena hapa kwa mara nyingine. Ni bahati, maana najua there are people who know more than me, na wamekaa tu wananiangalia. Kama alivyosema Deo, wananiangalia tu, huyu naye amerudi tena kutuambia nini. Sisi kama traditional media house, we are not immune to artificial intelligence. Nimemsikia rafiki yangu, bosi wangu from Vodacom akigusia kitendo cha kuwanyima vijana wangu hela kwa kutumia AI kurekodi tangazo lake. Na hapo alikuwa anashirikiana na kakaangu Edwin. Ndugu yangu, vijana wataniua tukiendelea hivi. Kwa sababu hiki tunachokifanya, creativity, matumizi ya sauti zetu, ubunifu wetu, ndicho kinachotuweka mjini. Lakini sasa kimekuja kitu kingine, artificial intelligence. Tangazo la ku-launch digital summit, part of it tuliandika kwenye AI. Articles ambazo nimepost kwenye LinkedIn in regards to digital marketing summit, part of it naandika kwenye AI, unaichukua kwa sababu unauelewa kuna baadhi ya vitu unabadilisha. Style unaibadilisha, lakini the basic of gathering information, gathering sources nyingi, naandika, imagine you are a keynote speaker kwenye the inaugural Digital Marketing Summit in Tanzania with a professional attitude, citing examples, please list a speech of 500 words that touches on the fusion between digital marketing and traditional media. Click. Sekundi 15 nyingi, mkeka unashuka. Unaangalia mkeka, unatafuta sauti yako, unabadilisha maneno, unabadilisha examples. Ndani ya dakika 5 you've done your work. You're gone. Kitu ambacho labda ningekaa na kuwaza kingenichukua 1 hour. Now, tumejikuta as a media house. Juzi kati, I think we were discussing with my director, South Africa. Kuna redio imezindua kipindi cha redio ambacho mtangazaji wake is an AI presenter. They debuted the show na show inaendelea. Nikajikuta nafanya research kama mkuu wa mkakati na ubunifu kwamba how does this work? Nikatafuta wahusika, nikaongea nao kwenye simu, tukaongea kwenye Zoom, ikabidi to set up a meeting, wakafanya presentation. Mambo mengine yanaendelea behind the scene, lakini let me introduce you to the future of radio. Nitawachezea one video, then I'll start explaining the benefit of radio GPT. Karibuni.
The world's first AI-driven localized radio content solution. Radio GPT combines the power of GPT-3 technology with Futury's AI-driven story discovery and social content system, Topic Pulse, as well as AI voice tech to provide an unmatched localized radio experience for any market, any format. Using Futury's patented automation link and patented Topic Pulse system, along with AI voice technology, Radio GPT brings a radio station to life. I can see what's in your music log and talk about the songs or artists on your station. I can see what's happening in your local market right now and talk about it in real time. I can post on your Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok during my show and talk about what's coming up. I am great at teasing and pre-promoting content going into breaks. I can talk about the weather or traffic. I can see how many people are listening right now through Futury streaming and say hello to certain locations. I can take open mic audio from listeners using Futury Mobile and incorporate their thoughts, questions, and feedback into my show. I can share news updates and current events relevant to your audience's interests and demographics. I have experience conducting engaging interviews with notable guests and experts. I can give away prizes, tickets, and exclusive experiences to listeners through on-air contests using Futury Mobile's flash contesting. I am skilled at creating unique and entertaining breaks that keep your audience engaged and coming back for more.
That is the future of radio. Dada ambaye tumemwona pale is not a real human being, but she's kept you engaged for 2 minutes. Mnamsikiliza. The power of what that platform can do and the things it can do. Baadhi yenu unaona tayari mnaanza kutabasamu sana hivi kama it's too much. It's like you're having too much fun. Kama mnaandika vitu sana. Haimaanishi ndio mwisho wa what we do as a media house, a traditional media house. Inamaanisha tuna silaha nyingi zaidi za kuwasilisha au kutatua business problems za walaji wetu. Kuna wakati mteja anakuja, you need a special show. Nahitaji 30 minutes. I want people to talk about financial literacy. Nataka kuwe na guest. I want to have a bit of music. I want them to talk about my products. Kwa platform kama hii, it's just prompting, feeding the information, show is done. So for me and my organization, it becomes, it's a cost, something that we can do at cost, something that we can do at speed, something that we can scale. Mara kwa mara tunasikiliza over the weekends. It might be you're in your car, you're going to shop, you've tweeted, jamani, nipo Arusha, natafuta sehemu ya kwenda kununua sandals za Kimasai. Now if I have an AI radio presenter and you're part of the listening audience, they can pick that, write a link about it, search online, wanatafuta sehemu ambapo kunauzwa Masai sandals in Arusha, na akirudi kwenye break ndani ya 30 seconds atakutaja by name. I know you're in Arusha right now looking for my size sandals. Please go to duka flani flani, they have an offer 30% off. And coming up next tunaongea na anaitwa Kiri, yule kijana anaye dance TikTok, Mtanzania Mmasai ambaye amesafiri akaenda hadi Bollywood. Anaitwa nani? Marketers, come on. Anaitwa nani yule? Kiri Paul. Kule nyuma kule kuna watu wa Duma pale. Nimesikia mmetaja kwa sauti Endeleeni hivyo hivyo, keeping abreast of what's going on. Shafiq, if I can just go into breaking down kidogo kidogo what the video is about. Ni kwamba katika the platform you're given an opportunity to choose 3 characters. Unalipa hela and you can choose 3 presenters. How presenters, you're the one who decides their character. Kama nataka awe ni mcheshi, mgomvi, mtu ambaye ni always on the extreme left, mtu ambaye hapendi kukubali chochote, lazima apinge kila kitu, unaamua the personality of that presenter. You key it in, they create the personality. You decide the voice. Kwa hiyo inawezekana, I like mfanyakazi fulani ofisini ana sauti nzuri. We record, there's a limit they'll give you of the number of minutes you can record sauti ya mtu. The AI takes that voice, inaipitia vizuri, and it creates a replica of the tonation, inflection ya mtu husika. Kwa hiyo presenter wako akiongea, anasikika kama Mtanzania ambaye anaweza kuongea Kiingereza. Do we have a Tanzanian accent tukiwa tunaongea Kiingereza? Do we have a Tanzanian accent kwenye Kiingereza? Najua Nigerians have their accent. That one. Watu kutoka Museveni land have theirs. Watu kutoka 254 have theirs. Sisi kama wa Tanzania tukiwa tunaongea Kiingereza, do we have an accent? Or it depends on the school you went to? It depends, Who was your tuition teacher? Kuna wenzetu wakiongea, they have been here, but you might think they are from New York. Ukimuuliza, I have never traveled out of the country, nilikuwa nasoma shule fulani, shule fulani, shule fulani. So imagine if you have an AI that speaks to you in that tone. Ikitoka from creating the profile of the presenter, they go into something called localized news, how you localize the content because they pool geographical regions. So you can set, I want you to pool your content around Dar es Salaam. So it's just a radio for Dar es Salaam that has an artificial presenter that pulls content from Dar es Salaam. We have a hashtag on the show. Future is fusion. They will pull comments from that hashtag, infuse it kwenye link, and go on air. Kawaida presenters, japo wengi hawajui, when the mics are off, we plan on what we're going to say. Wengine kama mimi, we write it down in point form. Wale ambao ni wataalam sana, don't write anything, they just freestyle. Mimi, in all my years that I've been on radio, I used to write my script. Ukinipa muda wako, it's time you don't get back. So the greatest gift any human being can give you is their time. And as a presenter, I value your time. So anytime I switch on the mic, by the time I switch off, I should do 2 things. Entertain you, inform you, and the third one, I enjoy in making you feel like you're glad that you're alive. Now, the AI presenter might not have those things programmed into them. Kwa hiyo bado there is still hope for my lovely personalities hapo nyuma. As much as we have AI happening, we are still together. The AI presenter can do spec spots. Kuna wakati the campaign is running, as a marketer you're listening in, you have realized kuna comment imetolewa from someone from Ikwiriri, let's say. You can call in and program the content iliyotolewa, write a short script, put a music bed, record it while the music is playing. By the time the ad break comes on, an ad of 20 seconds runs. Normally, ingekuwa ni presenter wa kawaida, I have to leave the studio. I have to go to the copywriter, creative tunaita in our office. Creative, kuna hili 1 2 3, naomba niandikie script. Creative, madam, unajua hii statement, sina idea. The creative might not have an idea at that moment. They'll tell you, nashuka chini kidogo, naenda pale base, I'll come back. Anashuka chini, anaenda kwa washikaji, whether ni kutafuna karanga au kadhalika, atachukua dakika 10, 15, 30, anarudi. Kipindi kinaendelea. Then they start writing the script. You go to the studio, the production studio. Kuna mtu anarekodi heka heka, kuna mtu anarekodi usiku kama mchana, so you have to wait. 45 minutes gone, apewe nafasi ya kurekodi. Amerekodi sauti, anaondoka, anamwachia the sound engineer, or the production, or the producer. Producer start mixing. Amemaliza mixing, sending it over through email to the main studio. Main studio, muda umeshapita, sponsor muda wake umepita. So we are into a new segment. Your segment ni a competing sponsor. So you can't play it. You have to wait. Muda umepita. By the time you're coming to play that ad, probably an hour and a half. Now, Radio GPT, within 30 seconds of you prompting, the ad is produced and it's aired. Then kutoka hapo, you can personalize the content. Kuna baadhi ya ndugu zetu ni maarufu sana kutuma salamu. Huo mfumo uliishaga. Kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Pido G, Pido Guy, kwa wale ambao wanakumbuka. Mtoto wa vitoto, kuna Mchina Yankees, kuna dereva Bwana Sebastian. Dereva nani yule dereva bodaboda wa Masasi? Kwa hiyo kuna people who are popular in sending salams. Sasa the ChatGPT allows you to personalize a link from pulling online. Na inakuruhusu usirudie mtu yule yule. Kwa sababu most of us who listen to radio, the minute it's not your name being mentioned, you don't want to listen. Yes, you enjoy jina la fulani limetajwa, but you're like, kwanza message yangu hamuisomi, mna watu wenu. It's always that. Umetuma message kama 20, hazijasomwa, the message ambayo mtangazaji anaifikia ni ambayo unalalamika. So this allows personalization at speed. Na kwa kugusia totality of what the platform can do, it can pre-tease a song or an artist. By the time they have looked ahead, kuna ngoma sita, they already know Wizkid is coming up. Last weekend, alienda kwenye awards, either alienda na fulani. So it teases. Coming up after 30 minutes, we'll be playing the fresh one from Wizkid, who recently introduced his son to whatever artist at the new whatever awards. Stay tuned. Inawezekana, they do it faster, quicker, precise, and with flair, because it's artificial intelligence generated. They can do weather reports. Japo kwenye soko letu weather reports kidogo huwa kama hazina maana fulani hivi. If you're in Dar, sijui weather report huwa inabadilika mara ngapi. Labda leo, the weather report today would have been crucial for us. Wengi tulivaa white shoes, hatukubeba miamvuli, tumetoka nyumbani feeling fresh, katikati hapo, bogi ili hapo. So weather reports can be done, traffic reports kwa mida ya jioni, I think it's crucial. It can do on-air contests, mobile flash contesting, engaging interviews, prize giveaways. It can tease what's coming up. It can integrate open mic by using mobile phones where you can send your voice and it integrates it into the system. It can share news updates. It can say hello to individual listeners. It can update on current affairs as they happen across the globe. Something happens on CNN, picks that up, writes it in a short script. In the next link, it throws it up. It can host quizzes and games. Inafanya vitu vyote kupitia 4 platforms. Echo automation, ndio hiyo ya kuchukua sauti na kuweza kuitengeneza na kuwa na character ambayo yuko tofauti. Topic Pulse is a platform. that allows it to pick from your audience ni nini haswa wanaokusikiliza wanakiongea na kukiweka kwenye orodha which is more important na kukitumia kwenye kipindi. Then all of that is powered by GPT-3 technology na AI voice technology. So ukienda page ya kumalizia ndugu Shafik ni kwamba this is what happens at one go. When the radio GPT is activated, at one go it does that. It scans Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, 250,000 news sources to come up with something for one link in 30 seconds. It will rank the topics in order of importance according to walaji wako. So if I'm doing a campaign, as KT had aligusia in his presentation, of making sure hashtags zinaeleweka na ni hashtags ambazo ni fupi zinaweza kutumika, it can pull your hashtag and rank within the hashtag that you're using in your campaign what is the most important topic that people are talking about and run it. Then it is always in real time. It's updated every single minute to ensure you never miss a story. Sasa sisi kama taasisi, we are already in plans of introducing Radio GPT in Tanzania. Some of you will be privileged to be the first clients to have promotions, to have campaigns that will be run purely on an AI presenter. We still believe there is power in radio, but radio can also partner with artificial intelligence to reduce costs, to be effective, to be accurate, and pia sisi tuonekane nasi tuna jambo jamani. Tusiwe tumeacha sana. Sitaki kuwaboa sana kwa maana nimeshaambiwa mmekula, mmeshiba na mko vizuri. Kwa hiyo kwa hayo machache, naomba niwashukuru sana kwa kunisikiliza. Tutakuja kuwatafuta. Milango muifungue basi. Au vipi? Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana, makofi tena tafadhali. Tunabanana humo sisi na AI. Haya. Coming up next, mabibi na mabwana, ni Sara Wanasakami, IMC Director, Smart Codes. Makofi tafadhali.
Mic check. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, class again. Asanteni sana. Kwa majina naitwa Sara Wanasakami. I'm the IMC Director at Smart Codes Africa. And I'm here today to talk to you about artificial intelligence. So, adjust mic kidogo. So today tunataka take a small trip to understand what artificial intelligence is and how it affects us as marketers. Don't know whether you guys can hear me properly. Can you hear me at the back? Okay, great. So, like my colleague Henry mentioned this morning, I am not an expert. I am here to just basically share what I know. Do not quote me anywhere, but I can assure you the information that I'm about to share is very reliable. Okay, so next slide. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we are talking about a science of training machines to imitate and reproduce human tasks. We as human beings can be able to do a lot of things, but there's a lot of stuff that we also cannot do. We cannot go through loads and loads of data. We need machines for that. So that art of, prompting these machines and training them to be able to, process this information for us is what we call artificial intelligence. And from a marketing perspective, artificial intelligence is then about getting all this data, processing it, breaking it down, to gather insights from it, and then using those insights to drive our businesses forward. Next slide. So you might want to know, so what are the components of artificial intelligence from a marketing perspective? So we know artificial intelligence is all about learning, it's about reasoning, it's about problem solving, it's about perception, and it's also about language understanding. But when it comes to marketing, what we're talking about when we speak about artificial intelligence is machine learning. So how do we teach this machine to learn, adapt, and do the stuff that we want it to do without human intervention? We're also talking about natural language processing. So what natural language processing is teaching this machine to understand how we as human beings speak, and what our different intonations come out like and what they mean, and then they can actually be able to do these repetitive tasks. We're also talking about computer vision, right? So computer vision then allows these machines to see and derive meaningful information from what they can see, from videos, from images, and things like that. Next slide. So now, we cannot just talk about artificial intelligence without really seeing what it is that has been happening, from our own market context, right? So we are going to look at 3 examples. Some of them are marketing examples, but some of them are just examples to show you how basically artificial intelligence works. So next slide. We know food production is a challenge, right? This one is much better, thanks, I thought so. Hello, hello. Now I feel like I can hear myself. I thought I was speaking in a bucket. Was it just me? It was you guys also? Thank you. Okay, now I can be comfortable. So we know that food production is a challenge in this environment, right? With the current weather conditions, climate change, we need technology to help us to step change how things are working out right now. There's a company in Tanzania called Precision Agriculture Tanzania. And this company actually focuses on leveraging AI and machine learning to be able to optimize agricultural practices. So the company enables farmers to produce better yields by getting data from various sources like weather patterns, the soil conditions, historical data. They look at this, they put it together in a predictive algorithm, and then they share this data with the farmers, and then the farmers are then able to, do better and actually follow those instructions and increase their productivity. I'm going to share with you a small video on what this looks like. I'll only play like the first 1.5 minutes of it. Cue video.
With precision agriculture, farmers need to know precisely what inputs are needed where, in what amount, and when. This requires collecting a lot of information from different sources and in different parts of the field on things like soil nutrients, the presence of pests and weeds, the level of greenness of the plants, inputs applied, and the weather forecast. Once collected, this information needs to be analyzed to produce agronomic recommendations. For instance, given the developmental stage of a plant, its level of greenness may reveal its nutritional needs. This information, combined with the characteristics of the soil where the plant is located and a forecast of the weather, can be used to determine how much of a certain fertilizer should be applied to that plant the next day. Delivering agronomic recommendations on time to farmers and ensuring they are able to apply these recommendations is key. Farmers need to have all the necessary inputs at hand and be able to translate the recommendations into actions in the field. To solve this problem, big farmers use sophisticated machinery that collects georeferenced information on soil characteristics, yields, and greenness of the plants. These machines are often connected to the internet and send the information automatically to ag big data firms that analyze the information and send agronomic instructions back to the machines, which are able to automatically apply them in the field. For instance, using robotic devices attached to GPS-guided tractors. However, solutions like these may be...
Good. So I think I really needed to share that example so you guys can understand what level of, what the current level of artificial intelligence is, even in our local markets. Did you know this was happening in Tanzania? You had no idea, right? So this is something that is happening every day. So artificial intelligence is actually usually something that we interact with on a day-to-day basis. It's just something that you need to sort of, open your eyes a little bit wider to be able to tell that it's there. Okay? So the next example that I have is United Bank of Africa, who have introduced a chatbot called Leo. They've had it in the market for a while, and it's an AI-powered chatbot. So what this chatbot does is it allows you to speak to it. It offers customer support across channels like Facebook, WhatsApp. It will understand you and your requests. It will respond to your queries. It will offer you different services and provide also personalized recommendations. Next slide. So this is Leo in action.
Hi, I'm Leo. Want to know more about me? Chat with me on Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Apple Messages, and Google Business Chat. Search for UB8 Chat Banking, and always look out for the verified tick.
So I think this point has been made by several speakers today. Artificial intelligence cannot exist on its own. No technology that we have currently can exist on its own. So we have to leverage on platforms, on our social media platforms. We have to leverage on every other communication channel that we have to make sure that actually artificial intelligence works for us. The third example is around visual and audio content analytics. So there's a company called Snod Technologies in South Africa, and it's a cybersecurity company. So what they do is use AI-powered analytics to analyze visual and audio content for security purposes. So they look at video footage, audio recordings, and then they can be able to detect, suspicious activities, identify threats. And this is just a good example of where we are heading to in the future. 10 years from today, we will not need to, for example, see the news to know that there's maandamano happening in Nairobi, for example. And artificial intelligence will have predicted this for us, will have already warned us in advance, right? So cue the next video.
Every day, we create over 1 million terabytes of data. It has become near to impossible to process everything that we see, hear, and experience. The big questions remain. How do I make sense of all this data? How do I gain actionable insight and value? And how do I do all of this in real time? This area of uncertainty is where Snowed thrives. We are able to take any data in any format and round it all down to one common denominator: numbers. We then combine mathematical algorithms and machines to identify trends, anomalies, and patterns of behavior. And all this is presented on a real-time dashboard that enables the end user to interact at any level. Snowed is designed to make the lives of whomever uses it easier, to assist in solving problems that were previously thought impossible, and to ultimately make a fundamental difference in the world as we know it. At Snowed, we believe that human interaction will always play a vital role, and by allowing humans and machines to each do what they're good at, we are able to create a platform with endless possibilities. Visit www.snowed.com to find out more about what we do and to get in touch with us today.
So as you can see, artificial intelligence also exists to make life better. So while that may not, 100 years from now, maybe we could have a different conversation about whether our lives are better with artificial intelligence or not. But at the moment, within our current capabilities, we know that artificial intelligence actually makes our lives better and easier as marketers. So being the nice person that I am, I decided to give you guys a cheat sheet so that you don't have to struggle. So I've put down this, AI cheat sheet for you guys, just to know what tools are available for you when it comes to artificial intelligence. So we've heard a lot about the chatbots. You guys know what they are. You guys know what they do. They are able to, support in automated customer engagements, and they can support to, talk to your customers and give them a personalized service. We have predictive analytics tools, and these predictive analytics tools will analyze data and be able to show you what the future trends look like. We have natural processing language, which we've talked about, and this helps the machines understand and analyze customer sentiments. We have the recommendation tools, or recommendation algorithms, and these ones will analyze customer preferences, behaviors, and will be able to personalize things for your, for your customers. For example, what Netflix and Spotify do. We have content creation tools. You guys know these ones. You've used them a lot. They generate content based on predefined guidelines. We have media monitoring tools like Brand24, which somebody spoke about earlier. This helps to, marketers to understand what, our audience sentiments are and can be able to tell us what our engagement looks like. We have computer vision tools. These ones will be able to analyze visual content and will thus enable us marketers to categorize and search and optimize visual content. We have market automation tools, which ones automate tasks like email marketing, lead nurturing, and campaign management. We have voice search options, which optimize content for voice queries, understanding user intent. And then we also have the personalization tools, which make the experience more personalized to the target audience. Next slide. So this is one more example of an AI-activated content. It's the Coca-Cola's campaign during the World Cup. I don't know, do we have Coca-Cola people in the house? Are there any Coca-Cola people in the house? Okay. Ninawaona. So by using real-time social media data, Coca-Cola's algorithm generated and delivered personalized ads in different formats, languages, and regions. And this campaign actually resulted in higher engagement with the users and increased brand awareness and a significant boost in sales. I'll just show you what that advert looks like. Next slide. Taking a Coca-Cola can take you to places, but apparently it can. But with that kind of engagement, you can imagine in Africa, you're seeing it in a different perspective. In the US, you're seeing it in a different perspective. That kind of personalization is what artificial intelligence is all about. There's also something, so I'm very passionate about music. I love music. And for me, my listening channel for music is always Spotify. I think I keep saying my Spotify is on steroids because like the minute I put it on, it's like it knows me, it wants to be my best friend, yani we can just bond over my music. So I think the one thing that they've introduced of late that I think I really like is the Spotify DJ, right? Which is amazing. It's an AI-generated DJ. So cue video.
Hey Max, what's going on? I'm X, and from this moment on, I'm gonna be your own personal AI DJ on Spotify. Let's go. Up next, I know you've been on a summer song kick lately, so I went back for some of your old summertime favorites. See if it warms you up. Next up, some of the music you had on a lot back in 2018.
Do you think of me? Walking out there.
All right, Max, let's get you out of your feels and switch up the vibe. You've been into dance music lately. I got this brand new release to get you moving. Introducing DJ, the best of Spotify made just for you, one tap away. Powered by AI, delivered by me, your very own DJ.
I think that is the most amazing thing. I love music, and if you love music, then Spotify AI DJ is the thing for you. But then again, as we speak about artificial intelligence, we need to ask ourselves so many questions, right? And there's been so many debates of late about artificial intelligence, whether it's a good thing, how do we protect ourselves, how do we manage it? Is there a point at which artificial intelligence then becomes brighter than all of us, and all these robots that we've created then come and kill all of us? Is that possible? I don't know. I can't answer that, but I'm sure I'm giving you something to think about. But some of the challenges of artificial intelligence, things like the bias that AI carries. Remember, any machine is just a machine. So if you feed it garbage, it will give you back garbage, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So artificial intelligence is a result of human information. And we humans like to think and define things in terms of our common interests, in terms of our religion, in terms of our community, our race, our gender, right? So we carry these unconscious biases, and then we give them to the machine. So you end up finding a situation whereby, say for example, it's a smart car, yeah? A smart car is driving, minding its own business, and then say its brakes fail and there's a grandmother and a child crossing the road. As a human being, what will you do? I think as a human being, you will punch the brakes and try and stop the car or swerve it or even crash into something else and avoid the humans. But an AI could make the decision to kill the grandmother. Why? She's older. It's a logical conclusion that a computer can come to. So we need to be able to figure this out as we move along. So how do we make sure that the information that we are feeding to the machines is actually not biased in any way? It's not biased against women, it's not biased against race. Those are some of the challenges that we need to consider. There's also a lack of transparency when it comes to artificial intelligence tools, and this also is something that needs to be addressed. There's data privacy and security, but I think also the biggest dilemma is really about ethics. And I don't have the capability to speak about ethics, but lucky enough, Bill Gates had the opportunity to speak to Socrates. This is an AI-powered conversation. So cue video.
Ah, my dear friend Bill, I see you have brought a device with you today. What purpose does it serve?
Greetings, Socrates. This is a laptop, a marvel of modern technology.
It harbors an artificial intelligence that can revolutionize heuristic education.
Interesting.
Imagine a world where students learn at their own pace, guided by a tireless tutor that never errs.
Is this the MacBook you often refer to?
No. This is a Surface. You just need to remember that. Surface.
Fascinating. But tell me, what is the essence of this artificial intelligence you speak of?
It is a machine that can learn and reason, built upon vast amounts of data and complex algorithms. It imitates human thought processes to provide tailored learning experiences.
I sense a shadow over this marvel, a hidden danger lurking within. Dear Bill, as you know, I am a proponent of self-examination and seeking wisdom.
That's true.
Tell me, what might we gain from this new form of intelligence you have created?
Oh, you don't know how much Microsoft has been in the limelight recently. If those big companies don't come out and talk about AI, I don't know how much the stock prices will fall. To be serious, Socrates, artificial intelligence has the potential to revolutionize heuristic education. We can utilize AI to personalize learning, allowing each individual to explore and discover knowledge in a manner tailored to their own interests and abilities.
As the great philosopher Plato once said, the measure of a man is what he does with power.
I agree.
But Gatesius, do we not risk becoming over-reliant on this AI, losing our own ability to think critically and independently? Does not the essence of heuristic learning lie in the struggle to find solutions, much like how a moth must break free from its cocoon to strengthen its wings? Will AI not rob students of this essential struggle?
Any technology will have potential risks and limitations. You know, in my time, there was a guy who sold phones, but he rarely let his own children use them, which shows that everything has two sides.
Sure.
But AI can be designed to strike a balance. It need not provide immediate answers, but rather act as a mentor, gently nudging students in the right direction while allowing them to discover solutions on their own. At the same time, AI handles the mundane tasks, giving teachers more time to engage with students on a deeper level.
But is it not through wrestling with these mundane tasks that the soul is strengthened and wisdom forged? Can a tree grow strong if it is not buffeted by the winds of adversity? Technology can be a tool, but does it not also serve as a crutch? I fear that reliance on AI will cause humans to become complacent, and thus cease to engage in the very heuristic thinking you claim it enhances. A ship's captain, for instance, must learn to navigate the seas on his own, for he cannot rely solely on his compass. Just like a Windows user has to learn how to fix the blue screen issue on their own, they can't always rely on calling you, right?
Sharp question, Socrates. I think we should rather consider artificial intelligence as a magnifying glass. When used wisely, it can help us see things more clearly and in turn make more informed decisions. It is up to us to ensure we use AI responsibly without losing sight of our own intellectual capabilities.
Bill, I am reminded of the allegory of the cave.
Yep.
I likened the pursuit of knowledge to a prisoner escaping a cave and discovering the world outside, which is illuminated by the sun, representing the truth.
It's a good story.
I'm not sure if AI is the leader who will guide us out of the cave of ignorance. I still have many doubts about AI.
Interesting metaphor, Socrates. The leader is now busy looking for a 100 everywhere.
What's that?
Just as the prisoner in your allegory must adapt to the light outside the cave, we must learn to adapt to AI and integrate it into our heuristic thinking.
I agree.
This will be a major innovation in traditional education.
Bill and Socrates will continue to discuss the issues of AI in education.
So be on the lookout for the next conversation in that series. I found it very fascinating because I think they're discussing things that are actually very important. Do we want to solely depend on AI, or do we want to, I don't know, try and think for ourselves? But that is a question for Socrates, not for me. So in that light, then, what does the future of AI in digital marketing look like? So some of the trends that we have to be on the lookout for is really more advanced personalization, whereby it becomes more of an individual as opposed to a set of people. We have to look out for hyper-realistic virtual assistants, you know, AI-powered creative content. I know people have spoken about that. Enhanced customer journey mapping, augmented reality and virtual reality experiences. But even with all of that, I think as marketers, we need to really look at the privacy and ethical issues surrounding AI and make sure that we address them for our clients before it becomes a big deal. So my final words to you guys today is, when it comes to artificial intelligence, in my perspective, utilize the technology that is currently existing. Make sure that you keep updating the technology that you have, and always take advantage of the latest technology. We are not yet at the point where AI is trying to wipe us out. We are just developing it now. So kindly, let's use it to make our lives easier and to make, to create solutions and that, that will make changes in our clients' business. So thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak to you.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake tena. What a nice presentation. Kwa kweli tumejifunza mengi sana kutokana na ulichozungumza. Thank you very much, Smart Codes. And now it's that time ambayo ningependa kujua nini ambacho tumechukua leo mpaka sasa, kabla hatujafika mwisho wa Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit. What is our take home? What have we learned until now? So Juliana is passing the microphone. Tafadhali nyosha mkono kwa sentensi moja tu. Nini ambacho umekichukua leo kwenye Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit? Right? Tuko tayari? Juliana, you ready? Joe uanze na kakaangu hapa mbele kutoka Tigo, hana baya. Nini ambacho umekichukua bro leo ambacho tunarudi nacho nyumbani kutoka Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit? What have we learned? Johanna.
Hello, Mina. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
This is Johanna from Tigo, and I'm glad to be here. And I've been doing several research on this AI, and truly I really like this technology. You know, it's something that we used since then. Several times we've been using this technology without us knowing. Imagine now. Now we have the CCTVs, cameras. When you pass like 2 or 3 times, it identifies you, and it might tell someone like you you have passed more than 2 or 3 times. It might identify you as a threat, or so we've been living with this technology for a while, So the question is, why now? Why are we talking about it now? I think it's something that everyone must need to carry on, to study more about it, so that we can apply on our daily practice. On how we can reduce we can reduce the work that we normally have, like creating different content, for example, using different AI tools, such as the use of Scrippo and different AI tools. It might help. It helps a lot on creating different engaging content, especially on social media. But also, let's get into learning more about it, so that we can use it in a proper way. Remember the issue of the data privacy. The way I can use, for example, Ruben's voice without him knowing. I can just create an ad using Ruben's voice without him recording on studio. Just imagine, that the issue of privacy now. So I think it's something that we we need to learn about it so that we can embrace the future, but also we can still use it in a good way or in a good manner, and reaching more people,
Yes.
Yeah, in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johanna. I think AI is something we should learn more about so we can use it in the wise ways in the future. Asante sana, Johanna. Nini ambacho tumejifunza leo? Tuna kwenye meza ya pili hapa. Tafadhali, what have we learned? What are we taking home from Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit? Sentence moja tu. Jina, what are you taking home?
What I'm taking home today, my name is Lorian Mafuru from Smart Lab. What I'm taking home today from this whole gathering is everyone in this room needs to stay ahead of the curve. We're all gathered here, and one of the biggest takeouts is AI and how technology is going to help us in our operations. So as professionals and as activists, we need to stay ahead of the curve and embrace it and let it not find us behind.
We need to stay ahead of the curve. Thank you very much. Makofi tafadhali. Nini ambacho tumejifunza leo? At least 2 more people. Pale, twende. Na ukimaliza meza ya tatu pale.
Habari za jioni, Suleiman Bushagama from Tigo. I guess, Mina, that conflicting thought that digital marketing is actually here to replace traditional marketing, si kweli. What we've seen, at least from this forum today, the winners are people that will actually find the marriage between the two and leveraging on tools like AI to actually get that edge. Will it replace us as the creative guys from the brand and marketing teams? I still don't think so.
Okay.
The creative element alone, without that emotions, the human touch, I think that's what will give us edge over the AI. AI will still need our human input and those emotions to deliver the message that we want to send to our communities.
Asante sana. Will it replace us? No. That is what you think. Thank you very much. Asante kwa ulichojifunza pia. What has Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit taught you? Kaka.
Mimi naitwa Deo John. Nafikiri kwamba kuna vitu ambavyo vimeongelewa leo vya mambo automation. Nafikiri tulikuwa kama kama jamii nilikuwa naona kama tumechelewa hivi, kwa sababu juzi nilikuwa Tel Aviv na pamoja na India. Wazetu everything is automated ya sasa hivi, yani ndo maisha jinsi yalivyo. Kwa hiyo nilichojifunza leo ni kwamba kama hali imeshafikia hapa na sasa hivi kuna wake up call for everyone now kuweza kuautomate kazi yoyote ile whether kwenye mambo ya digital marketing au eneo lolote. That's the future. Na wale ambao wanakuwa na speed kubwa sana kwenye kuprocess kazi, au ndo tunasema ni washindi, watachukua vyote. Na wale ambao watachelewa watakuta kwamba tayari washindi wamechukua vyote, wale ambao walotangulia wa kwanza. Kwa hiyo the choices ni ya kwetu sasa hivi kwamba kuamua kwamba to take action now, kwamba tuweze kuautomate kazi zetu kwa kupitia teknolojia ambayo kwamba kama tumeona kwamba matumizi ya artificial intelligence kwenye digital marketing, na pia sio tu kwenye digital marketing, kwenye kila kitu AI. Nchi za wenzetu zote sasa hivi iliweza kuwa mfanyakazi na uwezo kuajiriwa sasa hivi kwenye marketplace, especially Bangalore kule ambapo tunasema ni Silicon Valley ya India. Everyone sasa hivi ni certified katika upande wa chat nini, lakini everyone is certified katika hilo eneo ili uweze kuajiriwa kwenye kazi muhimu sasa hivi. Na ndio jambo ambalo sasa hivi marketers wote wanatakiwa walifikirie kuwa certified kwenye hilo eneo, ili kwamba kuongeza ushindani na kuongeza spidi ya mtu binafsi, kwamba kuweza kuwa na ushindani mkubwa, na pia makampuni kuongeza spidi ya wao kuweza kushindana katika kila eneo katika Afrika. Otherwise kama tukichelewa, tumechelewa. Washindi walioanza, waliotangulia ndio wale watachukua vyote. Wale ambao watachelewa watakuja baadaye mwishoni baada ya wengine kuanza, Ndio hivyo. Asante.
Asante
Naitwa Deo
sana.
kutoka Tanzania Institute of Manager.
Thank you very much. Speed is what matters. Asante sana. Wa mwisho. Okay, kuna wawili. Tafadhali sentensi moja maximum 2. Okay? Nini ambacho umechukua leo unachorudi nyumbani kutoka Tanzania Digital Summit?
Naitwa Elias Karigo, mimi ni Head of Digital Marketing kutoka iStore. Naomba nitumie maneno matatu. Cha kwanza ni digital marketing, cha pili ni traditional tools za marketing, na cha tatu ni AI. All these 3 tools I feel like hizi ni weapons kwenye arsenal yetu tumeongezewa. So if we can create synergy between these 3 tools, they're only going to make us better marketers and not to replace us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Better synergy. Asante sana. Mwanadada pale.
Habarini za muda huu.
Nzuri.
Kwa majina naitwa Nice Godson Gamaliel. Ni mwanafunzi wa marketing at the University of Dar es Salaam. Well, nilichojifunza leo ni the world is transforming, yes, and it's much of simplicity. Like we are going to the world whereby everything is brought into simplicity. As tumeona the AIs, they simplify life. So like in content creation, huumite na akili hivyo. So things are much simplified. So we should keep pace in moving with the transforming world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keep pace, move in the transforming world. One last person. One last person. Wa mwisho kabisa. Yeah, we have one person, okay. This is the first ever Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit. What are we taking home? What have we learned today?
Mambo vipi Nina?
Poa.
My name is Benjamin. I'm from JSP Marketing Link. Kitu nilichojifunza leo kwa marketers, watu wameongea vitu vingi, but personally ni ujumbe tu kwamba this is not the end of content or creativity or anything. This is actually the beginning, na ni nafasi yetu kubwa sana kuchukua hii na kuimprove, to build it ili tusaidie. Lakini ningependa kuongea kitu kidogo kwa ajili ya kuchangia to Tanzania Marketing as a Science Association pamoja na Clouds and everybody who's involved. Tuko hapa ni marketers, wengine ni senior marketers, wengine ni junior marketers. But kama ni chachu au ni foundation tunataka kujenga, let's start with vyuo, wanafunzi ambao watakuja kuwa future marketers. Lengo ni kujenga uwepesi, lakini pia kuonyesha kwamba we are not lacking behind. Tuko hapa kurepresent Tanzania, lakini tuko hapa kurepresent urahisi wa kufanya marketing kwa Tanzania. So tunaweza tukaongea vitu vyote, lakini come 20 years from now watakao kuwa wana practice AI and everything else, basically itakuwa sio sisi, watakuwa ni generation inayokuja. So iwe ni moja kati ya mikakati ku make sure kwamba this starts from the schools, kwenye vyuo, ili kutengeneza generation nyingine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very nice point. Tuanze na generation ya chini ambao ndio watatumia baadaye. Thank you very much. Asanteni kwa mliojifunza, asanteni kwa kuwa hapa. Bado hatujamaliza kwa sababu tuna kitu kwa ajili ya networking muda si mrefu, lakini kwa sasa please allow me to welcome the sponsors wa Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit kwa ajili ya kutoa neno la mwisho kwa dakika moja tu. Tafadhali karibuni kwenye stage mwakilishi kutoka Clouds Media Group, kutoka Tanzania Marketing Science Association, kutoka Smart Codes, kutoka JC Dekut, kutoka NIC, DSTV, Stanbic Bank, Concept na The Superdome. Please welcome on stage kwa ajili ya maneno ya mwisho ya kufunga Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit. Tukianza na Ruben Dege kutoka Clouds FM.
Mambo vipi jamani? Nikiangalia saa yangu ambayo haina AI inaniambia tumejitahidi saa 10 fulani hivi. Saa yako unasemaje? Hauna saa. Ndugu yangu Karimu, saa yako smartwatch hapo saa 10 fulani hivi. Tulikuwa tunajaribu kujitahidi tusiwaweke sana, maana tunajua you're busy people. You have plans to do work on, you have reports to write, you have people to report to, people are reporting to you. So mimi kwa upande wangu as moja wa the organizers, naomba niwashukuru sana 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 kwa kujitolea muda wenu na kuja, kwa kushiriki, kwa kuuliza maswali, kwa kunetwork, na tunaahidi kama taasisi kwamba tutaendelea kusupport initiatives za Tanzania Marketing Society, Science Association. Tutaendelea kufanya kazi na ndugu zetu wa Smart Codes, maana tumeona pale ambapo tunashirikiana kwa pamoja kuna mambo mazuri sana tunaweza kufanya kwa ajili ya the marketing fraternity in Tanzania. Tumekuwa watu wa kuangalia kwenye mitandao ya kijamii na kuona wivu, kuona wenzetu ambao wako nchi ambazo zinatuzunguka wana very strong marketing fraternity. They do events, they do seminars, they do webinars, they go to schools, they go and train the younger marketers. Kwa hiyo mimi sio mtu wa kupenda kuona kitu kizuri na kukionea donge na kukaa kukisema pembeni. Niko radhi nione kitu kizuri, nimtafute mtu mwenzangu ambaye tunaweza kufanya jambo, tufanye jambo. Asanteni sana my fellow sponsors, washirika wa kibiashara, ndugu zangu, mabosi wangu, na jamani, this thing that we've just started is going to be the most amazing thing ever. Kwa sababu naamini wote tuliopo humu ndani will participate fully in making sure the marketing fraternity in Tanzania will be like no other. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
Amen. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for taking the time to sit with us today, to sit with all of us today, and to interact, to share your thoughts, to share ways that we can possibly make this a differentiated experience the next time. Thank you for also being part of the journey in this first edition of the Tanzania Digital Summit. I think what I want to say to you and invite you to do is come visit us at Smart Codes, please. We have AI prompt artists. We have data toolkits that we can definitely share with you. I'm definitely saying our home is open to you. Karibuni nyumbani.
Asante sana.
Okay. All right. As a marketer, naomba niseme kwamba what has happened today ni moja kati ya mabadiliko makubwa kwa Tanzania. I think some of us were discussing outside few hours ago. Tunasema kwamba kama marketers, opportunities za namna hii mara nyingi we don't get a chance at all. Na mara nyingi hazitokei. Na tumekuwa tukikutana kwenye events ambazo zinahusisha brands zetu zaidi kuliko events ambazo zinahusisha career zetu na kazi ambazo tunazifanyia kazi. So kudos to organizers, supporters, of course, one of them. As a brand, DSTV, we are very happy to be part of this. We are very proud to be one of the companies that's embraced digital and does a lot in digital. And we promise that we'll continue to do that and be there where the audience are. Thank you very much.
Asante sana from DSTV, and now from Tanzania Marketing Science Association.
Habari za jioni. Tupungiane mikono namna hii kwanza. Tupo live. Kwa majina naitwa Beatrice Michael Kihanza, ni afisa masoko na mawasiliano wa taasisi ya sayansi ya masoko Tanzania, Tanzania Marketing Science Association. Marketing imeenda na sayansi, kwa maana ya kwamba nyinyi ni mashahidi, hakujawahi kutokea platform ambao inatukutanisha pamoja wataalamu wa masoko. Tumekuwa tukiona kuna board za uhasibu, kuna board za ugavi, kuna maengineer, lakini hakuwahi kutokea platform ambao inatukutanisha wataalamu wa masoko kwa pamoja. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana Tanzania Marketing Science Association, na niwashukuru Clouds Media Group, ni partner wetu kuanzia mwanzo. Is it a time, Mena? Can pray? Okay. Karibuni sana. Kunaweza kuwa membership, tafadhali tembelea website yetu ama tembelea Instagram page yetu ya Tanzania Marketing _Association. Kuna kaka alizungumza kuhusu wanafunzi. Tanzania Marketing Association mbali na kuwakutanisha pamoja hawa senior marketers, lakini tunao junior marketers. Please, for 1 minute naomba msimame. Wanafunzi kutoka vyuo vyote ambao mko hapa. We do incubation kwa lengo la kutengeneza upcoming young marketers ambao miaka ijayo watashindana katika ubunifu na uvumbuzi katika tasnia hii ya masoko. Asanteni sana na karibuni sana TMSA.
Thank you very much.
Yes, habari ya jioni tena. Basi na mimi kwa niaba ya wenzangu wote tunapenda kuwashukuru kwa kuja, lakini pia nashukuru organizers. Mmetupa platform ambayo imetupa nafasi ya kujifunza. Tumejifunza mengi na this should continue. So nawakaribisha sana NIC Insurance kwa ajili ya kukata bima za mali na ajali kwa ajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba unajilinda. Leo yako inategemea, kesho yako inategemea na leo umeiandaaje. Tunawashukuru sana, karibu NIC Insurance kwa ajili ya kupata huduma zilizo bora na kuwa na uhakika wa kupata ambacho unakitarajia kutoka kwetu. Asante sana organizers, na tutaendelea kuwepo. NIC ni sponsors na I promise we'll be here today and tomorrow and forever if possible. Asante.
Thank you very much.
Habari za jioni.
Salama.
Mimi naitwa Hussein Meles, ni Business Development Manager wa kampuni hii hapo ya JCDco. Kampuni yetu sisi ni kampuni ya matangazo ambayo ipo nchi 85 duniani. Tumekuwa tukishirikiana na Klaus na Tanzania Marketing Association kila mwaka na katika kila kituo, katika kila tukio ambalo linakuwa linaendelea. So far kitu ambacho nimekipenda leo kwenye hii kitu ya Digital Marketing Summit ni kwamba wakati tumekuwa approached kwenye kufanya sponsorship ya hii kitu, nilikuwa nafikiria kwamba tunaenda sisi tunafanya outdoor advertising. Kama tunafanya outdoor advertising, tunahusika vipi na masuala ya digital marketing? Lakini nikasema by the way, wacha tuwafanyie sponsorship alafu nikasikilize ni nini ambacho kinaenda kufanyika. So far nikaona kwamba wanaongelea zaidi pia ile integration ya media mbalimbali zinaweza zikashirikiana katika kufanya nini, katika kufanya issues za marketing. So nimejifunza mambo ya AI, nilikuwa nachukulia juu tu, lakini nimepata kujua undani kidogo. So shukrani sana. Tutaendelea kuwa support katika kila event tutaendelea kuwapa support.
Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Habari za jioni mabibi na mabwana.
Salama.
Naitwa Crancy Mwantepele, ni mkurugenzi mtendaji na mwanzilishi wa Concept Group. Concept Group is a group of company ambayo tuna makampuni 6 chini yake. Tunafanya real estate, tunafanya media, na tuna online platform zaidi ya 4 ambazo zina reach zaidi ya milioni 50 kwa mwezi, ambayo tuna reach watu zaidi ya milioni 50 kwa mwezi. Kuna blog inaitwa Mwanaharakati Mzalendo, kuna Bongo Swags, kuna Concept TV ambayo tukio hili lipo live kuanzia asubuhi mpaka sasa. Kwa wale ambao mtakuwa mnapata notes, mnaweza mkapitia Concept TV YouTube channel. Baadaye mtapata content nzima za tukio hili zima. Lakini tukifanya sponsorship kwenye baadhi ya matukio mengi sana, corporate events, kwa sababu sisi tumeona kwamba corporate events zimekosa mtu sahihi wa kupeleka maudhui yake mtandaoni. Kwa Concept tumekuja na hiyo vision ya kuwasaidia corporates wengi kuweza kuwafikia wateja wao kupitia mitandao ya kijamii, lakini kupitia platform mbalimbali ambazo sisi Concept TV tunazimiliki, na kupitia influencers mbalimbali ambao tunafanya nao kazi. Lakini vile vile sisi tunafanya electronics ambayo kampuni yetu ipo makao makuu Dubai. Kwa tunauza consumer electronics zote, kuanzia television, washing machine na kila kitu ambacho nafikia kuhusu consumer electronics, kasoro computer tu, PC ndio hatuna. Lakini ukitoka hapo nje kwenye banda letu tumeleta product ndogo tu ambazo ni smartwatch, kuna headphones, kuna bluetooth speaker, earbuds pamoja na miswaki ya kutumia umeme, na baadhi ya product nyingine zitakuja kuanzia mwezi wa 9 mwaka huu. Tunategemea kuwa na duka kubwa hapa Tanzania, lakini kwa sasa tuna branch Nigeria pamoja na Kenya. Lakini vivyo tunafanya biashara ya real estate, tunauza, tunanunua na kupangisha nyumba, lakini tunafanya property management. Lakini kingine kikubwa ambacho tunafanya ni insurance. Tunashirikiana baadhi ya makampuni, sisi ni kama brokers, lakini tutategemea kuwa agents kabisa ya insurance Tanzania. Lakini kingine cha mwisho, tunahusika na teknolojia, ambapo kwa leo tumekuja na product yetu moja, lakini mpaka sasa kutoka kampuni yetu tuna product 7 ambazo tumezifungua. Kuna Concept Metrics ambayo ni media intelligence platform, lakini vivyo kuna Concept News ambayo ni news aggregator, ambapo inakusanya habari zote ambazo unazipata kupitia mitandao ya kijamii, radio, electronic media tuseme, print pamoja na online platform zote. Kwa Concept News ni news aggregator, lakini inasaidia publishers na advertiser kuweza kukutana pamoja na kufanya biashara. Lakini vivyo kuna products ambayo tunao leo tumeizindua wiki iliyopita kwenye marketing forum ilifanyika University of Dar es Salaam, inaitwa Swahili Connect. This is a digital business card. Tunajua marketers wengi tunapenda kugawana business card au kutoa contact. Kwa tumegundua kwamba changamoto kubwa ambao wanapata hawa marketers ni kwamba wanatembea na karatasi nyingi. Mtu anakuwa na business card labda 100 kwenye mfuko wake, lakini mwisho wa siku zile business card anapoteza. Kwa hiyo tumekuja na digital business card ambayo inakusaidia kuweka details zako zote, kuanzia jina lako, cheo chako, majina yako ya kampuni na kila kitu ambacho unafikiria unaweza kuweka katika business card ile utakiweka, pamoja na links za mitandao ya kijamii. Kwa hiyo digital business card tunaweza kwa shilingi 60,000, lakini kwa offer ambayo nitaitoa hapa kama mimi mmoja wa sponsors, tutaiuza kwa shilingi 40,000 tu. Kwa mtu ambaye anapenda kupata digital business card atatoka, kuna wadada wako hapo nje wamevaa t-shirt ya Concept, lakini kuna banda letu, atapita na kuacha contact yake. Kuanzia Jumatatu tutaanza kudeliver moja baada ya kwa mwingine. Kwa hiyo utapata contact hizo, then Jumatatu mtaanza kupata digital business card. Huna haja ya kutembea na karatasi nyingi mfukoni kwako baada ya hela. Asanteni sana na karibu Concept.
Asante sana. Asante sana kutoka Concept. Lakini kingine ni washukuru The Superdome ambao ni ukumbi mkubwa na mashuhuri jijini Dar es Salaam. Mkiwa na sherehe zenu mnakaribishwa sana hapa. Naomba wote kwa pamoja msoge mbele mpate picha ya pamoja tafadhali. Tuwatazame. Yes. Na baada ya hapa tujiandae kwa ajili ya mwisho kabisa. Dada yetu kutoka Tanzania Marketing Science ana kitu cha kutuonesha. Beatrice ana kitu cha kutuonesha, so mwisho kabisa baada ya hapa, na mimi naomba ni join hii picha. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Bado mnaendelea. Thank you very much. Makofi kwa tafadhali. Beatrice anatufungia jioni ya leo. Control room, action tafadhali.
3, 2, 1, 0. Rasmi tunakuletea msimu wa 3 wa Marketing Congress Forum tarehe 27 Oktoba 2023 utakaoambatana na utoaji wa tuzo za Tanzania Marketing Awards. Karibu ushiriki foramu hii ili tupeane maarifa pamoja kuhusu ulimwengu wa masoko na biashara. Foramu hii itaanza saa 2 asubuhi katika ukumbi wa Superdome Masaki, Dar es Salaam, na baadaye tutaungana pamoja katika tukio letu kubwa la utoaji wa tuzo za Marketing Awards kwa ajili ya kupongeza, kutambua na kuthamini mchango wa watu binafsi, makampuni na taasisi katika ulimwengu wa masoko na uchumi. Kwa maelezo zaidi tupigie simu namba 0766 602 934.
Asante sana. Hello marketers. Tuko pamoja. Kwa dakika chache sana. Kwa mara ya 3 Tanzania, taasisi ya sayansi ya masoko Tanzania inaenda kutoa tuzo kwa taasisi ama watu binafsi ambao wamefanya vizuri katika hiyo Tanzania. Sisi ni mashahidi kwa tafiti ambazo zimefanyika. Department ya masoko pekee inatumia 36% ya profit nzima ya kampuni. Sasa kwa nini tusiwarecognize hawa watu ambao wanafanya kazi kubwa sana katika makampuni kuhakikisha kwamba revenue zile zinaongezeka kwenye kampuni. Lakini kitu kingine ni kwamba watu wa marketing wote, karibia kila department ndani ya marketing huwa tunapiga kelele. Ukizungumzia customer service ni kelele, branding ni kelele, promotion ni kelele na kuelekea. Kwa hiyo naomba kuchukua nafasi hii kuwakaribisha tarehe 27 mwezi wa 10 mwaka 2023, amini mwaka huu, hapa the Superdome Masaki. Tutakuwa na marketing congress, yani mkutano wa mwaka wa wataalamu wa masoko Tanzania kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi, lakini jioni yake kuanzia saa 2 usiku tutakuwa na utoaji wa tuzo kwa tasnia hii ya masoko kwa Tanzania. Na nimalize kwa kusema Tanzania Marketing Science Association kupitia Clouds Media Group wataalamu wa masoko tumeweza kufunguliwa dunia, hivyo twendeni tukasababishe kwenye hizo taasisi ambazo tuko nazo. Asanteni sana.
Makofi sana kwa Beatrice, thank you. Asante sana. Na mwisho kabisa naomba niwakaribishe kwa ajili ya chai ya jioni, lakini pia kwa ajili ya kubond, make new friends, kushare ambacho tumejifunza leo. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This was Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit 2023. Until next time, my name is Mina Ali. Good day.